are doing this incredible.
Well, there's a myriad of things. I think, first of all, we have to go back to...
You're right, you are very well known for your teaching skills. Your students speak a whole lot about you.
Miss Nigeria competition.
And I said, let's pick them up, let's take them back to Nigeria, and let's teach them a different kind of job.
If we break our chains, we free ourselves. But if we break our roots, we die. Those are the words of Dr. Vivian Timothy. I would like to begin today's show with that because I know that if we understand our past, it's easy for us to fit into the future and, of course, relax with our present. Now, Dr. Vivian is seated right here with me. She is my guest. It's an exceptional package, as you get to find out as we move on. But for now, let's take a break. I don't think in gender boxes at all. I just get on with it.
A man that would dare to ask the wife, who do you think you are? That is a real man.
Yes. We need to have more women, more multitaskers around Nigeria to get Nigeria working.
Definitely. If you just joined us, the show is The Woman, and I'm Elizabeth Abai. The guests already mentioned earlier on is Dr. Vivian Timothy. Nice to have you.
It's my pleasure. Thank you for having me.
I know I should be saying thank you to a lot of people, but most especially the diaspora community for bringing you to Nigeria.
Wow, thank you, thank you. It's my pleasure, and I'm happy to be here.
Yeah, it's a great honor. Joy. I know you're the PRO of NIDO, Germany.
Yes, exactly.
Okay, and it's umbrellaed by Europe.
Yes.
Okay.
Exactly.
Now, your program this period was well attended, and I'm glad for it.
Yeah.
But I also know that you're having an exhibition here in Nigeria for the time.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, exactly. I'm having. Yeah, well, the preparation is going on in my hometown, my village, where my story began. So it's somehow emotional. It's somehow a special one.
Okay. Talking about how your story began, I'm kind of curious. You have won several awards with your paintings. You've done Nigeria proud with your paintings, not just in Germany where you reside, but outside of that, UK, US, and all that. Try to follow up on that. I'd like to know, how did this come up?
I had always known that I am artistically talented, right from the time I was young. But I was not allowed to, because for my parents, it's not a proper profession for a woman. So I really...
You're not allowed?
Yes, because then I think my parents, they meant well too, but they didn't know that we all have this unique talent that was given to us at the point of our incarnation, or God gave us. And I believe strongly they don't also know that in this talent, most of the time lies our power to become success and to control our future. And they kind of missed it. They meant well, so I'm not really annoyed with them. So now I kind of got confused for decades before I later found myself.
Well, maybe sometimes some of those things are structured in that manner, so you get to find out who you really are when you're really, really prepared for it.
Exactly.
Sometimes you take off at that point and you feel like you're starting late, but it's not actually late. That's when destiny wants you to do it.
No, I call myself a light that took decades to shine.
Yeah. All right, a light that took decades to shine. That's another creative expression.
Thank you.
All right, I'm kind of curious. There's several of them in the studio.
Yes.
I'll get to talk about your personality, but speak to me. Your artwork is centered a whole lot on the beauty of a woman and Africa and Nigeria as a whole. Any particular reason for that?
I think the women here, where we come from, this part of the world, we've been kind of marginalized. We are not given the power to become economically empowered. We are struggling still through our outdated tradition, outdated culture, and so and I think living in Germany now for like 30 years, I saw that it could be different. Something is wrong here. So my painting is about, I am a womanist. I love everything that I
womanist.
have.
I'm hearing
not
that
a
for the first
feminist.
time.
So
What's the difference between womanist and feminist?
Feminist is more on the negative, they're like the fighting with men, like hey, we are stronger than you, what you guys can do, we can do better, which is true though. But then, as a womanist, I love that I am a woman. I'm a mother, I'm a wife, I'm a sister, I'm a daughter. Everything that has to do with it makes me happy.
I like the way you say it. So much feel with pride.
Thank you.
I'm a womanist, yes.
Yeah, I am. Okay. And because of that, of course, naturally, it comes, the problem that we, the female or the women face in Africa, touches me. And I think as an artist, this is the only way to let out what is not okay in the society.
Okay, now this particular one, I don't know. It's I see a woman crying.
Yes.
What's the inspiration behind it?
Well, the inspiration actually behind it, maybe you can also see the map of Africa there.
Okay.
The half of this map of Africa. So actually I call her Mama Africa. Mama Africa portrays the classical African woman. It also portrays the Mama Africa that has sold herself, that has made herself economically, commercially attractive to the lust of the men of exploitation. And Mama Africa is crying because I think her children are leaving her. So she's crying. So the question is, Mama Africa, she's old, she's wrinkled, she's weak. She's been kept in coma for a long time. So Mama Africa, are you ready to change? Your children are leaving you and they're dying on their way to their
Those are the children.
These are the children of Mama. Exactly. So okay. I call it's a series I did on the modern day Exodus.
Oh.
Yeah.
Okay. I know that that's the beauty. I like your piece. Is this the one is called Ifoma?
Yeah, exactly. Sifoma, exactly. Okay. Yes.
I know. I read about it.
Yes, exactly.
This is the former structure
exactly.
or painting, rather.
Yes.
Okay. Now, I also know that in your painting, you're more like a writer, but you write with the colors.
Yes.
You've also talked about the natural resources and exploitation. Talk to us about it.
I think the problem we are facing here, or the whole Africa, is because, like I said, Africa has made herself commercially attractive to the lust of the men of exploitation, and a lot of things are going wrong. And the problem that Africa or Nigeria is facing is because of the exploitation, the balkanization of Africa during the 18th century. And but we have not helped issues either, because we Africans, we are also exploiting ourselves. Yeah, exploitation, and this is the problem. The problem we have is because of the exploitation of our natural resources by the Westerners and by also ourselves, I think so. Yeah.
Okay, that's the expression I see there.
Yeah, what this is all about, I think when you look at the paint, it's like a crooked. The steps are crooked, the steps are a little bit shaky, it's not strong anymore. And maybe when you look at the background, you see light, this fire, and the water is kind of, has an oil, like an oil film on it. Exactly. So I'm talking about the oil boom that doomed us.
Oh, oil boom that doomed
us, yeah. This is the cause of our problem. It's about, my painting is about like changing the narratives, letting people also know that the system has to change. The problem we are facing in Nigeria is because of, I think, this oil boom that doomed us. And it's time for us to they say freedom is hammered out of the anvil of discussion, debate, deliberation. And I think it's time for us to sit down and talk.
You often remind me of Mr. President's speech when he says diversification, of the economy, moving away from not just the oil, not moving away completely, but moving into other things like agriculture.
Yes.
Does that have a link with? There's another one right at your back.
This actually is also it's because of Mama Africa crying, the oil boom that made us to start running away from our country, the oil boom that turned our landscape to a volcanic landscape. So the air, the mountains, the environment is shouting, run if you can. There's no hope for you here. So the landscape is just like a volcanic land, so everybody's running away. Yeah.
That's a...
And they're running away, dying in Libya and other places. Organs they are being killed, or organs are being taken. And the ones that managed to escape Libya, they turn to fish food.
Oh no, that's a fish food.
Yeah, exactly. So something has to be done. So I use my paintings to stir people, to let them understand that we had life before oil boom.
Yes. So we should actually go back to that life.
Exactly.
And NATIP has always stressed the need for us not to, migrate, especially legally, because there's a whole lot to be done here.
Yes.
Now, for the NIDO Germany, of which you are the PRO,
yes,
what moves are being made, to ensure that Nigerians who are there begin to invest in Nigeria? I see you're doing your art exhibition here.
Yeah.
That will spur up a lot of young people.
Exactly.
What other moves are being done to ensure that the youths who are actually the biggest, immigrants, are encouraged to stay back and get productive?
Yeah, thank God we have a lot of members of NIDO Germany and other countries in Europe. They are really creating their awareness through the media. They are going to schools. They have these foundations, NGOs, and the government, thank God, is really supporting them in doing that. And I really like the movement. And so I'm just doing my bit by using my painting to also say the same thing. And also, it's not just telling maybe stopping the young ones from moving in. It's also encouraging, creating an enabling environment for the ones outside to come back. And
a lot of times people don't want to come, even though you are coming, and I see a few other people. What inhibits you from coming?
Myself coming to Nigeria.
Yes, to Nigeria.
Because of still what I said, home is always the best. And to go back to where you started, I think is a blessing. It's a blessing. And I'm very sure, honestly, I believe that almost, let me say, 3/4 of the Nigerians outside, they want to come home, even when it doesn't seem like that. But we have to create an enabling environment and encourage them, environment that will encourage them to come, and also use that what they have learned to also help build their own country, because we all want to give back. Nobody wants to stay in Europe or in Germany forever. I want to come. I'm married to a German anyway. And I want to come home with my husband. I want to live here. We tried it, but the security became so bad that we moved back to Germany.
That's not good enough.
Yeah.
All right. I know that in the near future that definitely things will settle in with the moves that are being made.
Yeah.
And we hope to see you back to Nigeria to, live here and get to train your children like the Nigerians that truly are. But I'm wondering, from your stories you've told me, I see things around you inspire you to paint.
Yeah.
But a lot of times, judging from your story, women are gifted.
Yes.
Women want to do things.
Yeah.
But it's difficult for them to break away from that chain, either cultural or family or marital chain, to get to do things they really want to do.
Yeah.
But you were able to break it, even though, like you said, it took you some decades.
Yes.
What should be the advice for women who are finding it difficult to come off that skin, to remove that chain of spiritual enslavement?
Okay. I think African woman is entrepreneurial already. We have this entrepreneurial, power. And what they need is just a little bit of support from the government too. And sometimes we're afraid of our age. We're like, it's too old, we're too old, we can't make it. But what I'm trying to tell, the advice I'm giving them is that what God has given us, because all of us have this gift, this unique gift. Use it. Go and find it. Dig into it. Bring it out and use it. Do what you can and use what you have. And I think when you do that, the universe will definitely embrace you. But never you say it's too late, because I started very late. And if Vivian Timothy can do it, I think any other woman can.
That's good. That's good. Now, Vivian Timothy is an artist and an entrepreneur and a mother and a wife.
Yeah.
I'd like to know, how do you combine all that together?
Oh, first and
foremost, I know your first child is 18.
Yeah.
That means you've been married for more than 18 years.
I'm married for like 21 years now.
So how do you combine without friction in your family?
At first, like I told you, my son turned 12. At first, I'm this helicopter mothers. I don't know whether you watch them, you're everywhere with them. I was their taxi mama, so I was everywhere. And so I was helping my husband, because he has his company. So it was easy for me to juggle between my family and exactly. And then he turned 12, and then it was like, I'm not satisfied. Something is still missing. So he became independent. He became independent, and there was space. And that space gave me, I was like, something is still missing. I still need to do something. And my husband, and thank God, honestly, I'm privileged. I must say, he's a good chap, very intelligent in school too. So he made it a lot easier for me.
Mr. Timothy is laughing where he is.
Yeah,
and enjoying this activity.
Exactly. And then my husband supported me. Sometimes there was one time I flew to US. I stayed 2 days in US and I flew to London. But before then, I was like, Shatsi, I can't do it. This is too much for me. And I was going there for exhibitions. That means carrying all these loads to Austin, Texas, and then to the House of Parliament in London. I said, no, Shatsi, this is too much. 2 days here too. And he was like, Shatsi, you can do it. So he gave me the power, the push to say, hey, go out and just go and get it. So he supported me so much, and I think that really made me to come up very fast. And exactly.
You mentioned House of Parliament. I quickly recall when you had to do a give back voice for the rural women. Want to share that experience for us?
Yeah, it was Dr. Pauline Long. She had this conference, giving back to the African Women Conference. So the theme was giving back the voice to the rural women. So she invited me because I did series on women, on the strength of the African woman. So I went there to talk about, it was a presentation on the way to strengthen the African women, giving them back. Because then I realized that we had voices. We had voices before the white man came. The white man knew that they couldn't break through women. What happened? We were powerful. We had queens, African queens, We have a military strategist. We have Queen Amina of Zaria. So women had power then. I remember where I come from, in Imo State, the first war, they say women's war in Aba, it was when the white man kind of wanted to tax them, and the women went riot. They fought, So women had power then, but then they knew that they couldn't break through women, so they went through men and kind of took the power away from us. So it's about giving them the power. It's also about remembering our mothers. I mean, the presidents now, or the oil concern, or the CEO of big companies, they have mothers. Sometimes we forget. We just see the president, we just see the governor, we just see, they have mothers. And these are the women
that can be used to,
exactly.
Put positivity in them.
Exactly.
Okay.
They had mothers, or they have mothers. And I want to put a spotlight on these women that made these great men, but they've been forgotten. So it's about getting back our strength, our voices back, giving back the voice to the African women, because we had power.
You remind me of something. I always recall, when my mom was alive, and you get me to do something and I don't want to do it.
Yeah.
And then you talk to my mom, and then she calls me on the phone. We have a fight.
Yeah.
But at the end of the day, I know I'm losing it.
Exactly.
Because I will obey her.
Exactly.
Exactly. That's
very subtle, but very persuasive.
I'm not going to shout. In a very small manner.
Yeah.
I'll be the one doing the shouting. But eventually, she will tell you, are you done?
Yeah.
Please, when you get that job done, let me know. I should drop the phone.
I love that. That's powerful.
So
yes,
that's the strength of a woman.
Yeah.
You know, if the powers or the soul powers learn to recognize the superiority of the strength
Yes.
and the power of the woman,
Exactly.
I think it will be very easy to turn around the world for
Yeah.
good, because a woman actually has a way of making the world better.
Exactly.
My director is on my neck, but I can't go without asking a few more questions.
Okay.
Now, how do you unwind? You know, you do your job, you travel all over, and you're still looking very relaxed. What's the secret? God.
Yeah. I am a very spiritual person.
Okay.
I think I can't be here today without him. He made me who I am, and I give him all the glory. So, when I want to rewind, I talk to him.
That's a nice one. All right. On a parting note, your philosophy of life. I've seen some of them, but I'd like to share some more with you. What's actually your guiding philosophy of life?
My guiding philosophy of life is, I say that again because it's very powerful. If we break our chains, we free ourselves. But if we break our roots, we die. And it's about, we are changing the narratives. It's about using my pen to change the narratives. It's about decolonization of the mindset because we have to decolonize ourselves. We have to change the narratives. We have to make people understand that we were drinking in River Niger before Mungo Park came. We were exactly Nigeria. We were existing before Lord Logan. So what was our history? That's where I get upset. I want to know where I come from. I want to know how Nigeria was before Mungo Park. Before Mungo Park saw our river for the first time. We were drinking the water. We were drinking this before. We had civilization.
There's something you said, you wrote in one of your work, and I want to say it out loud here. It says that the history of the black people has always been written in the artworks.
Yes.
Because art of a people is the mirror of their mind, and art is the best form of implanting and expressing the deep value that are inherent in black culture.
Yes.
Okay, and of course the black culture inherently means the black people.
Exactly.
That's a beautiful one.
Thank you very much.
That's a very beautiful one. And with the area of work you do, I wish I had the opportunity of flying over to Germany just to sit down in your studio.
No, you can come to Imo State.
I will.
Okay.
All right, thank you so much. It's been wonderful having you in the studio.
Thank you.
And when
too.
you go back, do take care. Godspeed as you go.
I will.
And blessings to your family.
Thank you.
Your son.
Thanks
Any
for
of them
having me.
turning after you?
Yeah, my son is quite artistic, but he wants to read medicine. So I'm like, whatever, I'll support you.
That's beautiful.
So of course I will encourage them. And of course I'll tell mothers to encourage their children in whatever they are doing.
That's lovely.
Yeah.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
All right.
Thank you very
Okay,
much.
the show is just ending. Much as I like to sit on and have a lovely chat with a woman with a beautiful pen and, of course, her beautiful self, Dr. Vivian Timothy, I'll have to say goodbye. But don't forget, like she says, never break off from your roots. And I want to add to my own extension, family is very important. Please always keep it close to your heart, no matter what happens. Ciao, ciao.
NTA. You can't beat the rich.
Today's growing trend is the beard. This facial hairstyle is common amongst the youth and the middle age all over the world. What is fashionable about the beard?
It's just a personal thing. As you grow up, you continue to find those things that make you look the way you want. Maybe you're copying somebody's your role model, you just want to be like the person. It's just a personal thing. And I'm somebody who don't like shaving. I don't like going to the barbing salon always. So this is the easier way I can stay out going to the barbing salon.
I just woke up one day, just changed my attitude of keeping beards, and I love it.
From the start, I come from we keep beards, so I don't know. Since I'm a fashion designer, I don't have anything to do with fall, so I believe keeping beards is just a lifestyle. It's just a design. It's a thing I like.
Facial hair gives the men the opportunity to express their looks of whom they are and how they want to be perceived by others. This fashion has been a trend for years. Now, see this one. Check the other one out. Beards come in different shapes and lengths. It can depend on one's choice to suit his looks. These days, lovers of fashion and styles are now spotted with different shapes, such as the full beards, strap, goatee, round look, as the list is endless. No wonder that beards remain fashionable for men, inasmuch as it is well cared for by the wearer.
Men are always, I've met few of my friends who have actually told me, oh, I want to grow beards because that's the in thing now, and they feel it's the new swag. So basically, I think I like guys with beards, but please shave it according to, in a way that will approach you.
I keep beards because one, I love keeping beards right from childhood. If I see people that have their beards, how they carve it, keep it clean, I always admire them. Secondly, at least if you can keep it clean, shave it properly, dress it well, it makes you appear neat and decent. Secondly, it gives you a little grade in aging. When people look at you, kind of, at least you are matured.
If the person shaves the beard well, then it's fine. But if it's big and all, it makes the person look kind of scary sometimes. But then most guys, when their beards are well shaved, then it boosts their confidence.
It also adds beauty to formal and informal dressing of the men folk in a well-shaved look. Oh yeah! Beards have come to stay. Rock it, guys!
Dab, 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 dab. Yes. One day as I did dab, they go. Now I see my neighbor on top electric pole. Don't be hammer you hold so.
Before. So?
Climb every day. Come on, electric bill. You not gree pay.
Waiting concern you for there. I beg you. Come over here.
Okay, oh. I don't talk my own. As I dab reach house. Yeah! Fire! Fire! My brand new flat screen.
Hold up.
Waiting concern you for there. I beg you. Come over here.
Government property, now my property. If you don't come down now, I go report.
No be only report. Now report card.
Dab, 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 dab. Yes.
Hello again, welcome to an update of the news of this hour. The Supreme Court has dismissed an appeal filed by some individuals claiming President Muhammadu Buhari lied on oath about his academic certificates. This followed the withdrawal of a case by the appellant since it was filed outside the expected 14 days.
That's really the interesting aspect of this case because our contention was that you take the time from the time of publication because that's when the Form CF001 comes to the notice of the public. However, in the CF001 of Mr. President, the stamp of receipt showed 18th, if you take it from 18th October to the
Increased funding for the judiciary is again on the spotlight as the management of the Judicial Service Commission and some committee members converged on the National Judicial Institute in Abuja. The judicial officers are hoping to come up with strategies that will improve service delivery in the sector.
The backbone of the courts, and going by the nature of your job, a huge burden is placed on your shoulders.
There's nothing been expecting that the more efficiency in the judiciary administrative sector.
The federal government is intensifying efforts towards ensuring that all data collection and registration establishments work together to avoid duplication of duty. This was at a meeting involving National Identity Management Commission and Joint Admission and Matriculation Board, midwifed by the Bureau of Public Service Reforms.
She has her identity anywhere she'll stand tall, I'm a Nigerian, and present it. And it's a good initiative by the government.
At the end of this ecosystem, we'll make sure that at birth, a child is given the national identification number. When we are formulating policies, we formulate policy for the normal human beings.
That concludes an update of the news. Join us again at 1 for another one. Good morning.
This is the network service of the NTA.
Welcome to Insights. On Insight today, we'll do full blast discussion, interview, and media review segment. And on discussion segment today, we shall be looking at TICAT 7. TICAT 7 focused on advancing Africa's development through people, technology, and innovation. On interview segment, we shall be looking at uncensored product and copyright in Nigeria. And on media review,
we're also going to be talking about TICAT as well. TICAT 7, it just ended in Yokohama. Now, incredible sidelines: poverty reduction, climate change, upgrading of Abuja master plan, and of course, the one that trips me mostly, Toyota plans coming to Nigeria. Now, these are good plans. Who drives it home to the ordinary man in the society? The media. What will be the role of the media in ensuring that these plans are actualized, not only for Nigeria, of course, the whole of Africa? That is what my guest will be taking a look at.
I trust you
on the
guys
media
should be
review
looking at the
segment.
issue of follow-ups,
Yes.
the issue of developing stories, because on all these planks, sideline meetings, major meetings addressed by Mr. President.
Memorandums being signed.
So Nigerians get to know truly what this Ticket 7 was all about.
All about.
Why Nigeria won with such a huge complement of delegates. So the multiplier effect. We expect the media to play with this.
Of course.
Okay. So that is what Insight will look like today. Up next on the program is the discussion segment. Don't go away. Tokyo International Conference on African Development, TICAD 7, has come and gone. TICAD 6 held in Nairobi, Kenya, and TICAD 7 had a full-blown complement of Nigeria in attendance, ably led by the President and Commander-in-Chief of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, President Muhammadu Buhari. It was focused on advancing Africa's development through people, technology, and innovation. While there, Nigeria went into a couple of MOUs, held a lot of side meetings, and one of it that was all over the place, though other ones are also very important, is the plan to bring Toyota plant to Nigeria. Well, my guest to sustain the conversation on this, I have Chukwudi Enekwechi. Chukwudi Enekwechi is a media expert and a member of the Buhari Media Organization. Good to have you.
Thank you very much.
And Ayo Akonji, I used to call him my younger brother, foreign policy analyst, also of the Buhari Media Organization. Good to have you.
Thanks for having me.
Beautiful. TICAD 7, one of the big takeaways is all over in the streets, and the other one I know ahead of it was the fact that the country chief representative of Japan International Cooperation Agency, JICA, said one of the big envelopes in TICAD 7 is the upgrading of the Abuja master plan, which I believe those were some of the sideline meetings held over there. So let's start with you. After TICAD 7, the takeaways.
Well, thank you very much. First of all, I want to acknowledge that TICAD 7 is a follow-up of TICAD 6, which held in 2016 in Nairobi, Kenya. And what TICAD 7 has done, this is the second in Africa, is to consolidate on the proposals and gains of TICAD 6. Unfortunately for Nigeria, the president was in person. He attended the conference in person. And what TICAD means for us is a multilateral engagement of Japan and 52 African countries. And then, but on the side of Nigeria, I would describe it as bilateral, because Nigeria had to discuss with Japan on several levels of cooperation, one of which is the possibility that Toyota Tsusho, as they described it, will build a global diagnostic center in Nigeria. This will be equipped in such a way that it will help to reduce the number of Nigerians traveling abroad for medical checkups or medical attention. And then you discover that at the conference also, European Union signed a 50 million euro grant for Nigeria in tackling the Northeast problem. And this is a very great achievement on the side of the president. 50 million euros or dollars, as you may have it, is not something you can pick on the street. So I think that TICAD 7 has come and gone, but the low-hanging fruits, the benefits accruable are numerous for Nigeria. And we give credit to the President Muhammadu Buhari, who was able to impress it on the participants, the various and numerous investment opportunities available in Nigeria. In the area of mining, in the area of oil and gas, in the area of infrastructure development, in the area of ICT, in the area of hospitality and tourism. So I can see that the outing at TICAD 7 has actually brought Nigeria to the level where other countries will understand that Nigeria is ready to go under President Muhammadu Buhari. Nigeria is ready to, open its doors for investments. Okay. And these investments, the president was able to make it clear that they can flow in seamlessly with what you have as ease of doing business policy, and then curtailing bureaucratic bottlenecks in in terms of bringing in foreign investors.
Okay, let's look at the perspective of when a huge delegation like this leaves the country and goes out and comes back, you hear all kinds of musings left and center. Like one of the media outages after Mr. President's return with his huge entourage was the fact that no country negotiated with Nigeria. Mind you, Mr. President went there with a huge delegation, state governors, by the last count, Lagos, Kwara, and Borno State. Yeah. We also cited the Benue State governor, delegation, all that. Now, what is your take? And on return, the Minister of Foreign Affairs, Jeffrey Onyama, had said it was a worthwhile outing for Nigeria. So given what people are, some distractors, call them distractors, or those who want to be heard, are saying, what is your analysis, foreign policy-wise?
Well, I mean, you always have naysayers in politics, so that's allowed. But I think to discuss on the gains of this trip by the president to Japan, it was very holistic for Nigeria, because the theme of this TCAD 7 was on technology, because they've understood that Africa is becoming the next hub for technology advancement. So how do we begin to harness that here and see how that can spiral into growth for the continent, the region, and then individual countries, which Nigeria is a big player there. So I think the issue of, he just had 3 governors on his entourage. He had the Minister of Foreign Affairs, then he had some few people from the security agency that were there. That's just about it. So I don't think there's anything much about or so much noise about a huge delegation. But let's look at what really went on there. Like he was talking about, right, he spoke about the fact that he made a pitch, first of all, and made it very clear that Nigeria is investment friendly. A lot of impediments. We have the presidential enabling ease of doing business, which has been raising Nigeria's in the World Bank global ease of doing business ranking so good. So Nigeria is very easy for you to come to. For you to get a visa to Nigeria is going to be very good for you. And we are fertile, and that's what led to Toyota saying we'll come in and establish a plant here. That's on one part. Now you have other issues on this. Japanese bank who says, okay, fine, we'll look at our investment. We're going to pump in money to various sectors across health, mining, science and technology, ICT, and water, agriculture, flood management and disaster management. A lot of things that will add value to Nigeria and Nigerians. So what we are saying about delegation, these things actually government take care of it in an annual budget. There's a vote for that. So that's been voted for, so it's not in excess. So wherever trip the president is going to go for, there's a budget for that. He's going to go very soon for the United Nations General Assembly also too. There's already budget for that. So that shouldn't be an issue. This is the art of governance already. But let's look at what does Nigeria stand to gain. And there's multiple. And the very interesting part of this was because you can understand that the AFDB was also there too. And AFDB president is a Nigerian. So it tells you that Nigeria as a country is taking a very dynamic position internationally. And he said that he's been able to get about $3 billion from Japanese government into the African continent. And I want to believe that a huge chunk of that will come to Nigeria. So it tells you that not just the fact that the Nigerian president was there, while the Nigerian who was the AFD president also came to speak. So this is a pride for us actually at the national scale. And very soon, another Nigerian will be appointed or be sworn in as president of the United Nations General Assembly. So it's a big gamut. And then the president also met with Nigerians also there and spoke about the fact that Nigeria and Nigerians abroad are doing very well. Of course, we have a few bad elements. That doesn't mean you should use that brush to paint entire Nigerians. So it also afforded him the opportunity to speak well about the country. And then we also had him discussing with his South African counterparts. And he spoke about topical issues. They had the byline at the sideline of the conference. And he spoke about how they can halt the xenophobia attack against Nigerians in South Africa. And the president of South Africa said their judicial system is already looking into it, and they're going to have a bilateral discussion in October between both countries to see how they can find a lasting solution to this crisis. It also afforded an opportunity to speak with the president of Benin Republic, President Talon, who spoke about the issue of rice smuggling, the smuggling of dangerous small arms into the country, and what have you not. So the president said the border was closed for a reason. We have a policy of trying to feed ourselves, and then we found out that a lot of rice that comes into this country comes through your border. So we have to close the border, look for all the routes the smugglers used to come with all the dangerous things, and then we'll open up afterwards. We'll still meet further. So you could see that it was more of like using one stone to kill like multiple birds, like over 10 birds. So there was investment, there was bilateral, there was national security, and there were things that happened on Nigeria. The Japanese Prime Minister donated $300,000 to the NDA personally from him. He also gave him about 12 million yuan to the government again too. And then the Japanese bank coming into Nigeria to invest, I think they're coming to invest over $500 million or so. But as time goes further, we'll get to know what that stands for Nigeria. So those who are making so much noise about the entourage, that's not the issue. The issue
and
is
the non-recognition of Nigeria.
well, that's not true. The EU ambassador was actually at the G7. People are talking about G7. We've gone for G7 twice in the first time. They invite countries to come in. Obasanjo spent 8 years as president. I think he attended G7 either once or twice. But the president attended G7 twice. So this comparison is just very childish, to be very honest. This is not how global politics works. Everyone knows that Nigeria is a brand. Nigeria is a leader on the African continent. So it's a force you have to reckon with. So these are just balderdash from...
As much as our focus here is on takeaways from TICAD 7, let's look at PID. A few NGOs have been to the British High Commission in Nigeria to say, look, this judgment of $9.6 billion dollars, is a rip-off, is a ploy by some enemies of Nigeria to reduce our reserve bank. And what are your comments on it?
Well,
and also Nigeria is talking about, look, we are going to take steps, those involved, negotiate, and what are your comments on it?
Let me say that it's unfortunate that we got to this point where a portfolio company, is actually claiming about more than $9 billion as arbitration claim. But suffice it to say that Nigeria is equal to the task in terms of renegotiating or even appealing the judgment. I have a knowledge that the federal government has commenced the process of remedying the situation, because it's actually disastrous for one to see that we are going to lose $9.something billion in assets. And the government of President Muhammad Buhari has taken steps. Only last week, the Minister of Information addressed the press, telling the world some of the measures the government intends to take, trying to remedy the situation. And I believe one of the ways in which the issue can be solved is through renegotiation with PID. Sure. And the federal government is equal to the task. And I believe at the end of the day, we will come out of it unscattered.
Okay. As much as government is taking steps, how do you feel an interested party talking about don't go into sham investigation or analysis, let's negotiate? Is that not defeatist?
That's defeatism.
Have you read that? Have you seen that?
I read that. But I think government in our wisdom would do the right step to take. Like he rightly said, the P&ID is a BVI company. They're portfolio companies. They're just fronts. So government had established, even the former AGF, during when the deal was signed, Ahandoka, clearly said that he didn't know of the deal. It was done in secrecy. It wasn't presented to FEC. So already there's a void, it's a criminal agreement. And the government has activated all the right agencies, the AFCC, the NIA, and the police have been asked and mandated to go and investigate this thing. That's on one part. Of course, they're already in court, so the government says, we'll negotiate with you. Let's come, let's talk on the table. Let's go through this entire thing. But I know that Nigeria, the amount's about $9 billion, is about 20% of our entire foreign reserve. We can't be so stupid to allow some few entities with their internal collaborators flee this country of that humongous sum of money.
Okay. What transpired at TICAD 7, back to TICAD 7, which this is our major... I don't want us to touch this because it's a trending... So now, we saw state governors with Mr. President in Yokohama, and most times people will say, we hear so much at the federal level, we don't get to hear at the state level. And we know that the Japan government through JICA, Japan International Cooperation Agency, have projects dotted across the landscape of Nigeria. Clean energy, agriculture, education, water, and a host of other ones, even electoral governance, they're in electoral governance, and even broadcasting. So what will you say the state governors should be doing so that we don't just see these things at the national level, we see it decentralized down to the state level and indeed the third tier of government?
Well, first of all, let me acknowledge the fact that the governors that accompanied the president to the TICAD 7 was for a reason. you know, they didn't just attend the conference for nothing. For instance, the Borno State governor accompanied the president, correct?
Yeah, he did.
And much of the support or financial support that is going to Northeast will be domiciled in Borno State. So you could see the need for him to be there. For every governor that accompanied the president, there was a specific need for him to go there, perhaps because of the natural resources that are in a particular domain. The government or the president was very wise in selecting those that accompanied them. So coming down to the governors, I believe that they should utilize the opportunity that has been given to them in order to make sure that they deliver good governance to their citizens. Whatever amenities that are being delivered, either in the area of water or agriculture support and so on, by Japan, I believe the governors have a responsibility to make sure that these things trickle down even to the local governments so that the citizens will feel the impact of TICAD. Because in the end, at the final analysis, is the individuals, is the citizens that actually need to benefit from TICAD. We only have our representation in person of the President of Nigeria and some governors and some other top government officials. But in the end, the ultimate beneficiaries of TICAD will be Nigerians who are in various local governments in various states. So it's expected that the outcome of TICAD will trickle down the local governments, trickle down the states. And the federal government is actually doing its best. I believe the state government should actually support and key into the vision of President Muhammadu Buhari.
Okay, well, let's look at the multiplier effect now. How would in this add to jacking up the GDP of Nigeria if eventually all the projects play out? Like I told you, one of it is the updating of the master plan of Abuja. And from analysis, they're looking for ways to incorporate some of the satellite towns that are not captured. They'll be captured and some rejigging will be done. Do you think it will add some beauty or whatever to...
In the affirmative, it will add to the GDP growth of the country because it's going to take off some money from the federal government, which they can now put into other sectors, and then it will help speed up the development of the satellite areas, which don't really have much development because of the budgetary allocation that you have to it. So if that happens, of course, you can find it in the more private sector, come into that sector to add value to those who stay around there, and then takes the burden off the federal government on one hand. Now, on the other hand, also, if you look at the 50 million heroes that come to the Northeast, is going into some tied-in projects. So if that also happens too, that will add value to them because people who will benefit from those funds will probably begin to go back to their farms, and they can begin to start farming, and then as they're farming, they're adding more reserve to the entire produce that's been made. So everybody has, so the value chain will be taken care of in this entire thing. The Kwara State governor also spoke about, he's from the private sector. So he also spoke about how he's tried using this occasion to attract a lot of investment also to Kwara State. So also that's also going to add value to Kwara, North Central, and the country as a whole.
Okay.
Yeah.
The president did not only meet people in the public sector. He also had sideline meetings with the private sector, the private business sector of Japan. What may likely be the outcome?
I am very sure that I also read that the deputy director of Japan Bank for International Cooperation had a meeting with the president and pledged that they would like to support Japanese companies in Nigeria with funds. And he said the funds are actually enormous. That is a very, very positive development. I also know that the Algerian Prime Minister, had a meeting on the sidelines of the conference with President Muhammadu Buhari, and he showed interest in the area of oil and gas, infrastructure cooperation between Nigeria and Algeria. And I'm aware that even on the issue of killing of Nigerians in South Africa, the president of South Africa, Ramaphosa, met with the president on the sidelines of the conference. And the issue was broached. It was broached on how this can be stopped.
Okay.
And this meeting that they just held is a kind of laying the ground or the foundation for the meeting they will have in October in South Africa in order to address the issue of killing of Nigerians. So you can see there are a lot of fallouts, a lot of positive fallouts from this conference. It's not just the economic benefits, but there are also other benefits you cannot even see now. Many of these benefits will begin to manifest in the very near future or in the long term.
Well, Chukwu, the Enekwechi media expert, and Ayo Akonji, foreign policy analyst coming from BMO. It was nice having your insights today, and I believe your insightful contributions will help douse tension, as in those, you said the naysayers, right?
Yeah, absolutely.
It was nice having you on Insight.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Up next on Insight is the interview segment. Don't go away. The National Film Video Censors Board is the regulatory body set up by Act number 85 of 1993 to regulate films and video industry in Nigeria. The board is empowered by law to classify all films and videos, whether imported or produced locally. It is also the duty of the board to register all films and videos outlets across the country and to keep a register of such registered outlets, among other functions. Our focus on this segment is copyright and uncensored works. 2 years on, we are looking at the issues within the realm of this administration. And my guest is Alhaji Adedayo Thomas. He's the Executive Secretary, National Film and Video Censors Board. Good to have you on Insight.
Thank you.
Where are we with cinema in Nigeria?
You see, the cinema culture evolves from, we have to look at it from the village square, moving into stages by the likes of late Ogunde and Co., then moving to several other ones, then before it now goes into cinema at a stage. The cinema culture then boomed, but suddenly, with the coming of DVD, Betacams, and all other technological development, it went back into comatose until a couple of years back, when it has to be brought back again. That started from Silverbird, and from that period, we've been having the cinema culture. But suddenly, the CD2 came along, so the two were tying along. CD was making money, cinema culture was making money, and our culture started spreading widely within Africa and outside Africa. Then with the coming of Nollywood, the cinema keeps growing, but not as expected until the coming of this administration headed by President Muhammad Buhari, who generally look into the creative industry and discover that we should key into the business line to spread the cultures and morals of the society. And so when I came in, cinema was less than about 4, but now we have, ideally, Nigeria has the capacity to have 774 cinemas.
So where are we now?
But where we are now, we are above 50 cinemas now. And nationally. And we have over 150 screens when we talk about cinemas. And with the ease of doing business policy of the president, the couple of investors that have started building in less than, by this year, we should have well over 20 new cinema coming up here in Abuja, in Lagos, in Port Harcourt, in Kano, in different places. You remember one time like that when the president of France came in, purposely wants to look into the creative industry and specifically the film industry in Nigeria, and that has started happening. Structures are emerging from different places, from investors. But
well, I'll still talk about the issue of regulating locally. It's not about opening the floodgates for cinemas to open. What are you doing about regulating the content that comes in? Because if the cinemas, you talk about foreigners trying to establish cinemas, how are you regulating it so that the soft power of Nigeria that we have gotten from Nollywood is not lost?
Yeah, you see, ideally from time, there's this percentage, there's this quota that we allow in cinemas compared to the local, our domestic films. So opening up does not mean we are opening up for foreign investors to kill the domestic market. In fact, as a matter of fact, if you go to any cinema hall today, our local films makes more money than for the only one I can point to that made a lot of money compared to the domestic films is just what is it called? Black Panther. And aside from that, all other films, Merry Men, couple of other ones that are coming out in cinemas makes a good lot of money from cinemas. And these are domestic films. There's a regulations that you must not, kind of hear or show foreign films above the local films. Okay. And the foreign films are equally being subjected to the same censorship and classification activities that the locals are being subjected to. So there is no preference for any foreign films. And as a matter of fact, all foreign films that comes in DVD are illegal. You see, for those on the wheelbarrow, we could, when we reason...
shops, not just wheelbarrow, shops.
Yeah, and small shops. We reason and look at it as if, okay, although ignorance of law is not allowed, but we seize whatever we want to seize, we confiscate it, then we subject them to education so that we can let them go. But for the chunk, for those who are massively producing it and importing it, we don't do that. In fact, we're in several courts as I speak with you because of the operations.
As much as the creative industry churns in a lot of revenue in Nigeria, when Nigeria was rebased, we had so much that the creative industry brought in. What are you doing regarding piracy? Because these talented Nigerians, actors, musicians and what have you, cry every day that they come up with talented productions, but before they know it, they are pirated, they are all on the streets.
You see, it's a multi-dimension from the government side. The government job is to provide an enabling environment for the society, and that is protecting the intellectual property right of individual. The issue of piracy, I call it piracy because our mandate did not say piracy, but our mandate, if you look at it, it says uncensored and unclassified works. So uncensored and unclassified works, if you see any pirate job, that means that works, any pirate works, that means that works has not been censored or classified. So it equally falls within our own mandate to do. When the administration came in, I was mandated to reorientate the staff. So we have a massive capacity building of what they are supposed to do, because pre-2015, I have to be sincere with you, all they do is to employ and somebody sit down, no orientation, no nothing. But the first capacity building since the creation of National Film and Video Censors Board was done to all the staff so that they know what to do. And of recent, you see, enforcement. There's no way you do enforcement without carrying along or having a strong collaborations with the security agencies, starting from police. Police has been wonderful, working with us. And of recent, 150 of us graduated from the police college in Kaduna, in Kaduna, Enugu, and yes, as operatives, including myself. I have to go through the training. It's not a month, 2-3 months training. We started a long time, but successful. 150 of us graduated, and we even moved into operations. Before that, we discovered some technicalities of our operations that are not in place, and which have straightened up. No films that you see in DVD that is foreign that is allowed into this country, because they pass through the wrong channel and they are affecting the domestic market, as well as creating a gap or a channel for the intellectual property rights rating of this country to go down, which shouldn't be. So that's why, aside from police, we are collaborating with, in my board we have customs. We're collaborating with customs so that at the point of entry of those things, even foreign jacket is not allowed. So they'll be able to. Immigration, you know, they have a lot to do with that. EFCC, to have uncensored works, unclassified work, or in an uncensored premises is an economic crime. So EFCC is equally, we key into their programs. If staffs are involved in this crime, ICPC are there to deal with the staff. So all chains of DSS has one of the best intelligence network we can talk about in the world.
Do you also have collaboration with external agencies similar to what you're doing in Nigeria?
Yes, of course. In South Africa, take for example, their sister, as at last week, is running into almost $1 billion of Nigerian products, illegally pirated and censored abroad. Okay. So they're waiting for us to have the meeting and choose a date where it's going to be burnt. As I speak with you, the South African delegates are in Lagos waiting for me. The Kenyan delegates of the same regulatory agency are waiting, because virtually in Africa, when you talk about African cinemas, the only thing they know is Nollywood. Even mistakenly, in Europe and America, when you are watching a Ghanaian film, they say it's Nollywood. So we're virtually everywhere. And it's like, you can't discuss the issue of film in the world now as I speak, if Nigerians are not seated.
What's our current rating?
Our current rating so far is that we are now, before we used to be 5, 6, but from 2015, we're placed third. Hollywood is 1. After Hollywood, Bollywood. After Bollywood is Nollywood. Okay. But now we are second. After Hollywood is Nollywood.
Okay.
And there's always a big conference in Las Vegas. Of all the stakeholders, the biggest stakeholders you can talk about, the film industry, and there's an award. Nigeria won what? The emerging markets in terms of content. So there is no single week where you don't see French people coming in and American people coming in, Chinese are rushing in, Koreans are having collaborations with us.
Is there a possibility that some of this content could also sneak into Nigeria through some of the broadcasters, talking about radio and television? Are you doing something about that?
You see, if you look at agencies and the workings of government, there are a couple of other things that is being done by NBC, NCC, and ourselves.
Okay.
So, but because we have good collaboration, so we meet all the time to see where our functions, you know, where we can collaborate and come out as one. So those are kind of things we're doing. And you see, wherever I go, and it has to concern NCC or NBC or any other government agency, I call their attention. Hey, we need to be here. And
besides protecting their product, what's your interface with the actors, the operators themselves?
Well, the actors, it's not only the actors.
The experts, the directors, the stakeholders.
We have
the content providers, more or less, yes.
Content owners, script writers, costumiers.
What's your interface with them?
Before I was appointed, before the coming of President Muhammad Buhari in the first term, it has been no-go area. They don't have trust in us. They have lost hope in the industry. There is no good relationship. But with my appointment, I took back, I gave them the industry and brought them closer to me and said, this is us. We can't let it.
We have testimonies to that effect.
Yeah, so it's been wonderful. I must probably use this opportunity to thank the stakeholder. We never had an issue. We're going to have stakeholders engagement. In Lagos, when we do that of the south, we come to the north, then we do that of the east as well. So
it's a regular interface.
Yeah,
okay, let's look at between the box office and DVD. Where are we with it? Are you still at par or one is winning?
The thing is this. You see, a chunk of us that live in cities and Lagos, Kano, and Onitsha, we think DVD is dying. Some people say DVD is dying. But then I put it to them, and those, because we have the research, and I put it to them that, look, when you go to customs, you see chunk of container load of DVD player coming in. Do we use DVD in Nigeria to cook vegetables? No. It goes into the villages and things like that. So the sales of DVD, the market of DVD is still huge. We're not disputing the coming of the cinema, which is equally huge and is growing. So the two are equally going pari passu. And I don't see DVD, the sales of DVD, the marketing of the... Okay, take for example, if people complain that their works is being pirated, or uncensored work, unclassified work is in the market, and they are making money from it. So who buys that? That shows that there is a market.
Okay, that takes me to the next issue. Now, as strong as the media is, content is available and anybody who does not understand it can jump at any content. What attitude should Nigerians put up in terms of registering content? Because if I see somebody who sells DVDs, name it, in a tray or in a wheelbarrow, all I jumped at was the latest film, and I just buy. So what attitude should they put up? And you have thought about the rural areas here. They are vulnerable. Yeah. People who escape you in the urban centers who find themselves in the rural fringes of Nigeria. And this content you're trying to regulate find themselves to these places. Some of the ones we may have ceased, I can tell you people are watching them as we speak.
Okay. You see, it is not over until it is over. Part of the things we do is to put in place what we call media literacy program. Media literacy program is to make ambassadors of the younger ones. Because most of the things, why we regulate, why we look into the content, is to protect, one, the growth of the children, the moral and cultural standard, and of course to educate them. So that's why we look into the content. So we've gone back to them. We've re-established what we call media literacy programs. We've gone into universities. We have collaborations with universities where we go and talk and show them the kind of films and the rating, the classifications, what they look for.
Is it regular?
Yes, of course, regular. We've lined up to be in Oye soon. And several other universities, Okada, we've been to Okada. Just mention it in all the 6 zonal structures. Now secondary school. On a weekly basis, all over the country, we go into a minimum of 10-20 secondary schools, because that's the only way we can always curb this. And people are responding to it. We're making ambassadors of the young one, not only in terms of even content, in terms of speeches and things like that. We falls under media literacy programs that we do. That, okay, you have this phone, what do you use it for? This is what you should look out for. In a film, by the time we're doing that, we start seeing the result of even secondary school child telling the mother that, no, mommy, you shouldn't buy this. This is affecting the society. DVD, 10 in 1, 20 in 1, foreign films. You understand what we're saying? So the only other options that we have and that we are exploring is the media. For media allowing us to tell parents that there are certain fundamental teachings that comes from home, not from government. We mold the child from home to the village, then community. Is an expansion like that before government intervention. The couple of things, take for example, if you were on cyberspace and you have decided to link up with internet on your TV, there is a parental guard that you should be able to put on that thing. Government is not going to come into your house and say, don't buy something on internet. No, but those are your rules from home. So from this point, you are assisting not only yourself, you are assisting the entire society, the entire fabrics of the society. So those are kind of things that we plead with parents at home to always watch for. When a child is supposed to be on bed, those days I know when we're supposed to be, apart from reading newspapers. You see, parents on the street buy videos and take it home instead of buying newspaper.
Alhaji Adedayo Thomas, Executive Secretary, National Film and Video Censors Board. It was nice having you on Insight.
Thank you.
And we have tried to expound on copyright and uncensored works in Nigeria. Well, you're doing your 2 years, right? We hope by the time you're inching into the third year, we'll bring you to give us an update of where you are.
Thank you so much.
Thank you so much.
You're welcome.
Up next on Insight is the media review segment. Don't go away.
The International Conference on African Development, TICAD 7, has come and gone, and so much sidelines have been proposed. Now the question is, who will relate the sidelines to the ordinary man on the street? Of course, the media. How will the media ensure that these sidelines are actualized? My guest, Gabriel Odu, from the Media Unit, Nigerians in Diaspora Commission, will provide answers. It's nice to have you in our studio.
Thank you, Elizabeth.
All right, let's talk about the outing. Fine, so many people have said it's a positive one, a worthwhile undertaking, interesting. But the issue is, are these sidelines visible?
The sidelines will not be visible immediately.
Okay.
But later on, if, and I said if, the deliverables, the takeaways are really taken home by those that participated, especially the Nigerian government. From the federal government, we have dignitaries, the state level, we have governors and other captains of industries attending the TICAD. What we should be looking at is how do we take the sidelines, the benefits back home, and provide implementable strategies for the ordinary citizens to benefit. Well, let me tell you, Japan is home of technology and innovation.
Of course.
Right. And they are home to companies like Toyota, Suzuki. Maybe as at that time you were not born, those plants were in Nigeria. Why did they leave? They left because of what? Power. And let me say this. I have a professor called Michael Omeadi, a professor of business and management. He used to tell me that Nigeria's infrastructural development cannot witness a turnaround unless we invest on what is called power. He repeated power and power. So, the TICAD 7 deliverables will be visible if the media relentlessly, consistently focus their attention on beaming satellites on power to ensure that these companies, when they come to Nigeria, they will have an enabling environment to operate.
Okay. Now, let me take you back to the issue of investment.
Right.
Now, it's an open window for investors to come in to invest, not only in Nigeria, Africa. Now, we'll be having investors from all over the world. What does this portend for us as a nation?
Yes. And luckily and interestingly too, the president had a town hall conversation with Nigerians in diaspora.
Yes.
And incidentally too, the chairman, Nigerians in Diaspora Commission, was also there. He met with the best brains from Nigeria. As I was watching, I saw one professor I know of, Sisi Jogo, is a scientist. And he had promised the president that they will bring investors. They will accompany these investors to invest not only in oil and gas, in agriculture and other sectors, especially in innovation, which is the focal point of this year's TICAD. So, what are we looking for? We are looking for FDI, foreign direct investment. So, what we do, government has already created the ease of doing business, economic recovery and growth plan. These are all strategies put in place to attract investors. So the media, what the media, in my perspective, don't always do is follow up mechanisms. After 3 months, let's remind government, I hope you are not forgetting the TICAD 7. How far have we gone after 3 months? Those are the focal points the media should be looking at, so that the man on the street will now understand. When you talk about TICAD, what is it about? What is it about? As soon as you mention TICAD, even if you have not gone to school, you will know. It is about it is about fast-tracking Africa's development through innovation and technology.
Okay, now let's talk about technology. The issue of Toyota plants coming to Nigeria.
Right.
Are we going to be assembling? Are we going to be manufacturing? And what does this portend for our young inventors coming up with electric cars?
You see, the issue here where I always say, let me give you this scenario. I have consistently maintained that there is what is called Western media imperialism.
Okay.
At TICAD, we never saw the BBCs, the Al Jazeera's, the CNN, the Fox News, the ABCs talking about Africa's development, Africa's participation. That conference is about Africa.
Yes.
But they were busy talking about their presidents, the likes of Trump and others. But they never focus on Africa. So, what are we saying? Development squarely lies on us. So Nigeria should focus on its diaspora scientists to drive the process. They have been there, they have seen it all. Encourage them, let them bring the investors, but they demand it. Calm down. If there are assembly plants, are we including local content? If Toyota is coming to build assembly plants, is it strictly foreign based? It has to have local content, so that a man on the street can get employment, can become a welder, can become a mechanic. In the process, create jobs. These are areas, silent areas, sidelines areas the media should focus on and keep reminding government, do not forget these deliverables. Don't make TICAD 7.
The network service of the NTA. We now join our outside broadcast crew for a live telecast.
May I appeal to gentlemen of the media to please step down and allow us to start the program in earnest. Do Allah duk wanda bai da wani takamaiman abin yi akan wannan dandamali, do Allah a sauka ƙasa. Gentlemen of the media, we are starting the program, so please take your positions appropriately and allow us to continue with the program as scheduled. أعوذ بالله من الشيطان الرجيم. بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. الحمد لله وحده. والصلاة والسلام على من لا نبي بعده. Your Excellency, the Vice President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, Professor Yemi Oshibanjo, San, GCON. Sir, you are most warmly welcome to Kano. Your Excellency,
coming to you live
Executive Governor of Kano State.
We are from the Coronation Hall of the Government House, Kano. this morning, the Vice President, Professor Yemi Osinbajo, is presiding over the opening of a two-day stakeholder summit on free and compulsory basic and secondary education in Kano State. It is one of the key, or rather, key policy statements of the Governor of Kano State, Dr. Abdullah Umar Ganduje, in his inaugural speech on the 29th of May this year. This event will involve stakeholders from various sectors that are to do with education. That is how to effectively implement the free and compulsory education program. I am Abdullah Mustafa, welcoming you to the program.
Of France, the ambassador of the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, the ambassador of the United Arab Emirates, His Excellency the ambassador of Egypt and that of Sudan. Sirs, you are most welcome to Kano. Your Royal Highnesses, the custodians of our culture and religion, the Emir of Karai, Alhaji Ibrahim Abubakar, the Emir of Bichi, Alhaji Aminu Adu Bayero, the Emir of Rano, Alhaji Tafida Abubakar Ila, and the Emir of Gaya, Alhaji Ibrahim Abdul Qadir. Our chairman, the state chairman of our party, the APC, Alhaji Abdullahi Abbas, the secretary to the government of Kano State, Alhaji Usman Alhaji, the head of civil service, Dr. Kabir Shehu, the chief of staff to the governor, distinguished elder statesmen, representatives of several development partners here present, heads of agencies and parastatals, local government chairmen, let me also warmly acknowledge the presence this morning of several vice chancellors of universities, heads of tertiary institutions, our spiritual leaders, the ulama, members of the civil society, labor leaders, business leaders, community leaders, our partners in progress, the media, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, good morning and assalamu alaikum. May I crave the kind indulgence of Your Excellency the Vice President to invite Sheikh Ahmad Suleiman Ibrahim to lead us in the opening prayer of this event. Akramakallah.
Bisalati ga Annabi Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam. Allahumma salli ala Muhammadin wa ala ali Muhammad kama sallaita ala Ibrahim wa ala ali Ibrahim innaka Hamidum Majidun wa barik ala Muhammadin wa ala ali Muhammad kama barakta ala Ibrahim wa ala ali Ibrahim innaka Hamidum Majid. Allah ka kawo mana dukkan alkhairi, ka kare mana dukkan sharri, ka samu gama da duniya lafiya. Ya Allah, ka yi wa mai girma gwamnan Kano jagora zuwa ga abin da kake so kake yarda da shi, ka tsare shi ka kare shi daga abin da baka so baka yarda da shi, ka kara masa lafiya da zaman lafiya. We pray for His Excellency the Vice President to have journey masses after the program back to his family. أعوذ بالله من الشيطان الرجيم. بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. وإذ قال ربك للملائكة إني جاعل في الأرض خليفة قالوا أتجعل فيها من يفسد فيها ويسفك الدماء ونحن نسبح بحمدك ونقدس لك قال إني أعلم ما لا تعلمون وعلم آدم الأسماء كلها ثم عرضهم على الملائكة فقال أنبئوني بأسماء هؤلاء إن كنتم صادقين قالوا سبحانك لا علم لنا إلا ما علمتنا إنك أنت العليم الحكيم قال يا آدم أنبئهم بأسمائهم فلما أنبأهم بأسمائهم قال ألم أقل لكم إني أعلم غيب السماوات والأرض وأعلم ما تبدون وما كنتم تكتمون ربنا اغفر لنا ولوالدينا وللمؤمنين يوم يقوم الحساب اللهم صل على سيدنا محمد وآله وصحبه وسلم سبحان ربك رب العزة عما يصفون وسلام على المرسلين والحمد لله رب العالمين.
Alhamdulillah. Your Excellency, the Vice President, all other protocol observed duly. It is well known that education is the key to development and progress throughout human history. It is an agent both of cultural preservation and transformation. Education, basic education in particular, is generally perceived to yield social dividends in excess of private dividends, as it tends to be associated with strong positive externalities. Without doubt, the benefits from education are largely reflected in the productive capacity of the individual, be it student or pupil. Yet, basic education affords the larger society important benefits by facilitating social cohesion and nation building. In this light, the administration of Governor Abdullahi Umar Ganduje of Kano State decided to provide free and compulsory basic education up to senior secondary school level with a view, ladies and gentlemen, to uplifting the quality of life of the citizenry and enhancing socio-economic development of the state. This initiative focuses on actualizing several goals, including education for all, girl-child education, enrollment of out-of-school children, Almajiri or Sangaya education, as well as human development. Consequently, the government considered it imperative to convene this two-day stakeholder conference or summit with the theme Exploring the Fundamentals of Free and Compulsory Education in Kano towards generating deep and wide-ranging guidance for successful implementation of the policy. Ladies and gentlemen, we are delighted to have you here this morning for the summit. And it is on this note that I will invite the State Head of Civil Service, Dr. Kabir Shehu. Ladies and gentlemen, I have been informed that the State Head of Civil Service is on his way to this summit. Therefore, without much ado, it is my honor to invite the Secretary to the Government of Kano State, Alhaji Usman Alhaji, to give the formal welcome remarks. Let us put our hands together for the Secretary to the Government of Kano State, Alhaji Usman Alhaji.
Alhamdulillah, wassalatu wassalamu ala rasulillah. A'udhu billahi minash shaitanir rajim. Bismillahir rahmanir rahim. Your Excellency, Mr. Vice President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, Your Excellency, the Governor of Kano State, Dr. Abdullahi Umar Ganduje, Your Excellency, the Deputy Governor of Kano State. Allow me to start my welcome address by a quotation from Nelson Mandela, who once said, "It always seems impossible until it is done." The history of Kano State, from the time it was Kano and Jigawa to this date, the declaration of free education and compulsory has been and remained impossible until today, under the able leadership of His Excellency Dr. Abdullahi Umar Ganduje. This indeed is a ray of hope for the people of Kano State. And today we see the light at the end of the tunnel. Your Excellency, our children and grandchildren and generations yet unborn will definitely from this day be free from the bondage of ignorance and hopelessness. Your Excellency, I welcome each and every person that is in this hall and that are here to put hands together and assist His Excellency the Governor to take Kano State to the top of the mountain. We have here with us, Your Excellency, sons and daughters, important sons and daughters of Kano State, friends, supporters, and well-wishers of Kano State government here with us. I want to seize this opportunity on behalf of His Excellency the Governor to welcome each and every one of you. And I want to say, due to time factor, you are sincerely from the depth of our heart, you are welcome. Your Excellency, today, our Governor, Dr. Abdullahi Umar Ganduje, has definitely joined the ranks of leaders in the world, the likes of our father, Chief Obafemi Awolowo, who has declared free education, and since then he has become a father of modern Southwest. Other leaders of the world who have used education to take their communities and countries out of darkness to light, and who have moved their nations from third world to first world. Today, Dr. Abdullahi Umar Ganduje has no doubt joined the rank of such leaders. And we welcome this move, which will make our children to see the development of this courageous decision that is taken today. Our distinguished senators, honorable ministers, diplomatic corps, our party leaders, our royal fathers, our traditional rulers, business community, teachers, students, everybody, too many to mention. I say you are most welcome. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh.
Thank you very much, the Secretary to the Government of Kano State. We are now moving quickly to the next item of the agenda, which is the presentation of goodwill messages. Immediately after the goodwill messages, there will be a book presentation, which will be followed by the lead paper presentation for the first segment of this program. Thank you very much. On this note, it is my honor to most respectfully invite the Honorable Minister of Education, Malam Adamu, to kickstart the goodwill messages component of this occasion. Sir, we congratulate you on your reappointment as Minister of Education and hope and pray that your second tenure will be as eventful as the first one. Allah Yatayakaru.
Your Excellency, Mr. Vice President, Professor Yemi Osinbajo, son, Pastor of God in the Redeemed Church of Christ, Your Excellency, the Governor of Kano State, Dr. Abdullahi Umar Ganduje, the Deputy Governor of Kano State, Dr. Yusuf Gadwa, members of the Federal Executive Council here present, Royal Fathers, and with your permission, I would like to stand on the protocol established. I'm very happy, Your Excellency, to be part of this very important occasion. First, I'm happy because by holding this summit, the Kano State government has demonstrated that it is a pace-setter in Nigeria's education. It is not the first. I still recall there was a time, I don't know whether Professor Ibrahim Ayagi is here, but during his time, there was something that put Kano on the map. Education got a boost, and Dr. Umar Ganduje is repeating it. I know there was a time Kano was leading the nation in science and the arts. So today we are just seeing a repeat. And I know there were efforts during the time of Malam Ibrahim Shekarau, who later on went on to become the Minister of Education. And also I have to say, even if it is not going to be popular, that during the time of Konkoso, he did a lot for primary school education. And I think I will not be able to praise this administration without acknowledging that. The theme of this summit, exploring the fundamentals of free and compulsory education in Kano State, is apt. And it signifies that Kano State is contributing its quota toward the attainment of the next agenda of Mr. President. I therefore most sincerely commend Your Excellency, Governor Abdullahi Umar Ganduje, and the government and the people of Kano for this feat. And here also I'd like to repeat something that I've been telling my associates from Kano. Kano has a central position in the north. Kano is a center of commerce. Kano has been a center of Islamic education. For this and many other reasons, whatever happens in Kano spreads all over the north. But the people in Kano don't seem to have realized this. I will tell you, Kanawa, you are very insular. When you founded your foundation, Kano Foundation, I told some people here that instead of a Kano Foundation, it should have been a Northern Foundation. Because I believe whatever happens in Kano here will be copied by the rest. That is why today I hope what Dr. Ganduja is doing will be copied by the rest of the North. We certainly need compulsory education. One of the primary functions of education is to prepare individuals for societal change, national growth, and economic development. As a gateway to every kind of development, it is education that facilitates improvement in the living standards of citizens. It improves the vision and perspective of individuals. It enhances knowledge-based decisions and facilitates good governance. Indeed, we can say education is a necessary condition for all-round development, and no nation can achieve any kind of progress without significant investment in education. And we must also always bear in mind that even the security and stability of the nation depends on the type of investment we make, the quality and the quantity and the level of investment we make in education. Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, this decision by the Governor of Kano to provide free and compulsory education up to senior secondary level is very, very commendable. And I hope it will be emulated by all states in the north, because the problem of education is more endemic in the north. I know Al-Majri have been integrated. I know something is being done concerning out-of-school children. And before Governor Ganduja told me about this summit, I had talked to about 4 other governors. And I think their plan is similar to yours, sir. I hope by the time they lay out their own, other governors will have nothing to do but to copy. In its course to move the nation forward towards effective participation in the knowledge economy that is sweeping the world, the Federal Ministry of Education has identified some gaps in access, in quality, and in system strengthening in the education sector. In our attempt to address these gaps, the ministry and stakeholders got together and produced a strategic plan. This strategic plan is anchored on 10 pillars as follows. Number 1 is out-of-school children, which is part of what we are here for. We intend to reduce, and if God wills, by the end of this term, to eliminate out-of-school children phenomenon. There is something personal in this. Anytime I go out of this country to a conference of education ministers from the world, I am always pointed out as the minister from the country with the highest number of out-of-school children. And that is why it is necessary for us to try and reduce it. The second one, which is related to it, is that of mass literacy. We intend to disseminate it throughout the country. Number 3 is technical vocational education and training, so that we'll be preparing our students for the workplace instead of just giving them intellectual expansion without anything to do after our school. Number 4 is basic and secondary education, which we must build in order to provide a strong foundation for what will follow later as tertiary education. Then there is ICT, and then there is education data and planning. While we were coming, I was telling the Vice President that within the last 4 years, the Ministry of Education has generated more reliable, accurate data than the entire history before the First Republic. And we are going to make this available to all people. It is envisaged that if all stakeholders buy into the pillars of our strategic plan, In accordance with outlined strategies and objectives, Nigeria's education will not only address our yearnings, but will make the nation competitive. I would like to urge the Kano State government and all participants to utilize this opportunity and take education truly forward. The Federal Minister of Education will be with you at every step. I promise Dr. Gamduje that whatever it is the state is doing in education will have the support of the Federal Ministry of Education. It is my hope that in addition to this compulsory education, you will pay attention to the issues of out-school children, the issue of effectively integrating Western and Islamic systems of education, and the issue of sustainable production of wholesome ulama. I hope you will be able to do this. While you are integrating Angaya, there must be a way in which this society will continue to produce ulama. Finally, I would like to remind participants that education for all is our responsibility. Let us therefore take this summit very seriously. I hope after the opening you will have a very fruitful discussion, and I wish you Allah's guidance. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, the Honorable Minister, sir. Indeed, as the Honorable Minister mentioned, Kano is a pace-setter in education. I want to recall that several years ago, it was Kano State government that introduced the Primary Education Board, which later became NPEC at the federal level before it became UBEC. We appreciate the elders of Kano for this laudable initiative. Next on the goodwill list of goodwill message speakers is the British High Commissioner to Nigeria. Her Majesty's government has been supportive of the federal government and the government of Kano State in several sectors of human development, particularly the sector of education.
Thank you. His Excellency the Vice President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, His Excellency the Executive Governor of Kano State, the Department for International Development, DFID, brings to you the goodwill of Her Majesty's government at this historic Kano Summit on Education. I am absolutely delighted to be at this important meeting that is initiating His Excellency Governor Ganduji's policy, free and compulsory basic and secondary education for all children in Kano State. Kano State is a very important partner to DFID. We aim to work closely with the government in Kano, as well as through funding various programs through non-government actors to address issues of human development, economic growth, and reform of the business environment. In Kano, in the financial year 2018 to 19, DFID spent over £20 million funding important initiatives, and going forward, we plan to continue our support. One sector that is of particular importance is education. Kano's educators and the education sector truly matter to the UK. We applaud Kano for the good work it has already done to improve access to education, and we recognise the high potential in this vibrant state. However, we know that many children here are not in school, and many of those that are not learning the basics. We are committed to working with Kano and Nigeria to tackle this learning crisis at its root by ensuring that children, especially girls, learn the basics of literacy and numeracy. Business as usual will not achieve the transformative change that is needed. We must continue to work together, led by the federal and state governments, to drive a new approach to the education sector. Today, I restate DFID's firm commitment to support the Kano State Government to enable all children in Kano and in Nigeria to attend school and learn well. We applaud this new reform, and providing free and quality education to all children in Kano will go a long way in uplifting the quality of life for children and their families, and also contribute to sustainable socio-economic development in the state. We are already demonstrating our commitment to the education sector in Kano through our funding of several education initiatives in the state. The Fatila program implemented by Discovery Learning Alliance, Engine 2 by Mercy Corps, the Girls Education Project implemented by UNICEF, as well as recently completed programs such as the Teacher Development Program implemented by Mott MacDonald. In addition, we are currently going through a procurement process for our new flagship education program, Partnership for Learning for All in Nigeria, called PLANE. PLANE draws on the last 10 years of our work in the basic education sector and will work with the government to catalyse a new step change to improve the quality of teaching and learning to ensure children learn basic foundational skills across the education system. As part of this, we will fund evidence-based interventions to improve teaching and learning in Kano in particular. And I am very pleased to say that very soon we will be launching a £1.8 million accelerated learning programme aimed at building foundational literacy and numeracy skills for over 50,000 children in primary 4 to primary 6, using the teaching at the right level or TAL approach. We are committed to the education sector, but as I said earlier, we need to be working in partnership to truly lift learning outcomes. Going forward, DFID will engage with governments based on demonstrated political will. Today, the Kano State Government is clearly showing its will to drive improvements in the education system. DFID is pleased to work in partnership with the state on this important endeavour, supporting it to develop a clear roadmap for the proper take-up of free and compulsory basic and secondary education. In the coming weeks and months, myself, DFID colleagues and partners will be engaging with the state on PLANE, accelerated learning, Fatila, Engine and other projects that we hope will be important components of the successful implementation of the state's policy on free and compulsory education. For today, I am looking forward to working with you all to start this new and exciting reform and hope that we can have fruitful deliberations on how to enrol and retain all children in schools and to improve children's learning outcomes at scale. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next is the U.S. Ambassador to Nigeria. The U.S. Ambassador to Nigeria has been represented, and we want to use this opportunity to also commend his government for executing several projects in Nigeria through the USAID.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everybody. All protocols observed. I'd like to take a second and thank the Vice President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, as well as, Professor Yemi Osinbajo, as well as the Governor of the great state of Kano, Dr. Abdullahi Umar Ganduje, for inviting the U.S. Embassy here today to participate in the launch of the Kano Education Summit promoting free and compulsory education in Kano. So please give the leadership a hand real quickly. Thank you. I'm also extremely honored today to represent the U.S. Ambassador and the U.S. Chargé d'Affaires here today. Unfortunately, they couldn't be here today, but they do send their warm welcome and warm greetings and well wishes to you all. The theme today of the fundamentals of free and compulsory education is something that is very, very important and something that indeed is a value of the American people. It is one that we believe in wholeheartedly. And as many of you guys know, in the U.S., basic education has always been free and compulsory. And it's something that we believe that is the fundamental driver to our success. We also believe in that the fundamentals of education is in the family. So it's really up to the mothers and the fathers to take hold of this initiative. Government initiatives are always a blessing and great to see. So we commend the leadership here today. But it's up to the families, the fathers, and the mothers to make sure that this yields fruit. In the 21st century, education for any child, that's both male and female, is the proper tool, is the only tool that will allow them to prosper. I myself, I have roots here in West Africa. I'll tell you what I told the governor the other day, and forgive me if I butcher it, but mahaifiata bahausiache mutumia ganache. Gaskiane, right? Bana jin Hausa sosai, amma what I know here today is that Nigeria da America duka daya ne. So we're here essentially to support as development partners where we can. The U.S. is committed to helping advancing reading and basic education in Nigeria where we can. We currently support the Nigerian Center for Reading, Research, and Development at Bayero University. As you all launch this important initiative, be assured that the goodwill and best wishes of the American people are with you. We encourage you to partner with the Nigerian Center for Reading, Research, and Development, and we look forward to learning more about the successes to come in the months and years. Thank you so much. Mungode.
Thank you very much, Muma Mungodi. Next is the French ambassador to Nigeria. The French government has in recent times been awarding scholarships to indigents of Kano State to study for several postgraduate programs. We appreciate your government.
Thank you. Bonjour. Your Excellency, the Vice President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, Honorable Ministers, Your Excellency, the Governor of Kano, Your Majesties, distinguished professors, all protocol being observed. I am delighted to be here today representing the Ambassador of France as the state of Kano makes ready to further upgrade the quality of its education. Free compulsory education is very dear to France. It made today's French Republic what it is and underpins one of our core values, equality. Free and compulsory education also helps bind people and communities together. It helps create a nation of citizens. And this is more important than ever indeed in this day and time. Finally, free and compulsory education for all is what brought freedom to very different nations and people throughout the world. Freedom to think, freedom to act, freedom to prosper. And as you know, all successful countries and economies have invested very heavily in education. Here in Nigeria, it is a national priority, and it is now at the state level that things are being done, that things are now happening. And today it is happening in Kano. The program of the next 2 days is ambitious and will hopefully be very productive. Please allow me, Your Excellency, to congratulate the state of Kano on this timely initiative and to wish all participants a very fruitful conference. Merci. Assalamu alaikum.
Merci beaucoup. May I now invite His Excellency, Dr. Fahad At-Tafaq, the Ambassador of the United Arab Emirates to Nigeria, and after him, the Saudi Ambassador to Nigeria. A round of applause for him, please.
MashaAllah. Assalamu alaikum. Your Excellency, Professor Yemi Osinbajo, the Vice President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, Your Excellency, Dr. Abdullahi Omar Ganduji, the Executive Governor of Kano State, with all other protocols duly observed, I sincerely thank His Excellency the Governor for inviting the UAE today to be part of the educational journey in Kano, and I am pleased to confirm our commitment and our willingness to partner with Kano in its educational journey. Your Excellencies, free education is a great step towards securing the future of millions of children in Kano, which in turn positive mindset for overall well-being in the states. We at the UAE have carried out an educational reform focused on better preparation, greater accountability, higher standards, and infusion of technology, which is very key to move away from papers, books, and regular papers to electronic books, files, and materials from different authors. It makes it easier, it makes it more interesting for the students to apply it in practice. Your Excellencies, the UAE has shown its desire to invest in various sectors in Nigeria. We have already established a university in Kano, which is Skyline University, a UAE-based higher institution in Kano. And we hope that in the very near future we can invest and partner with Kano State and other states also in Nigeria in implementing state-of-art technology, which will play a significant role in making it easier for students to get the content and apply it in practice. Your Excellencies, I'd like to quote His Highness Sheikh Zayed bin Sultan Al Nahyan, our late founding father of the United Arab Emirates, where he said, "The greatest use that can be made of wealth is to invest in creating generations of educated and trained people." And I'm proud to say that the UAE has made wide strides towards countering illiteracy, where our literacy rate is close to 100% as of today. While we want to also reach out to our friendly states, for example, Nigeria here, and the state of Kano and other states in Nigeria, to try to share our success stories and to try to find feasible projects that we can apply together in this journey. Your Excellencies, we are committed and we are looking forward to working together with the government of the state of Kano and the federal government as well to bring education to the levels that is translating the next level agenda of the federal government of His Excellency President Muhammadu Buhari. Your Excellencies, I wish you successful deliberations over the next 2 days, and thank you very much for giving us the opportunity to be part of this success story. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Your Excellency. Next is the Saudi Arabian Ambassador to Nigeria, His Excellency Sheikh Adnan Mahmoud Bostaji. Let us please appreciate His Excellency as he comes over to the podium.
بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم والصلاة والسلام على أشرف الأنبياء والمرسلين سيدنا محمد وعلى آله وصحبه أجمعين. Your Excellency, First President of Republic Nigeria, Nigerian Republic, Federal Republic of Nigeria, Your Excellency, the Government of Kano, Dr. Abdullah Kandoji, Your Highnesses, Your Excellencies, Minister, Member of Diplomatic Corps, ladies and gentlemen, Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. It's my pleasure to attend this conference on the free and compulsory education program to the completion of the high school, which has been organized by His Excellency, the Executive Governor of Kano State. No doubt, this conference is necessary and important because it will have a positive impact, not only on the good people of Kano State, but also in the all people of Nigeria. And it will be help in putting and in the negative behavior that come from the youth in the society because of the lack of education. It's also it's also my pleasure to commend the Kano State government in initiative of the remodeling of the traditional and majorist system in education. In this occasion, I have the pleasure to announce it that the government of the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia offers 424 university scholarships to Nigerian students every year for different states of the Federation in the various academic fields. In conclusion, I wish this conference every success in its work and that it comes out with the expected result. I also congratulate the government of the Kano State for this great work. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Your Excellency. Before we continue with the goodwill messages, let me inform this August gathering that His Excellency, the Vice President, has several commitments here in Kano. Therefore, there is the need for us to fast-track the program. Therefore, I want to appeal to subsequent speakers to please manage their time or the time allotted to them to deliver their speeches or goodwill remarks. Masu girman manyan baki, do Allah ɗazu-ɗazun nan mun ji an fara hayaniya a cikin wannan ɗakin taro. Irin wannan ba abu ne da ya kamace mu ba, saboda muhimmancin wannan taro da kuma kasancewar mu mutane domin a kyale taron ya ci gaba kamar yadda aka tsara. I quickly on this note invite another critical partner in the development of this country, particularly in the sector of education, that is the World Bank, to please come forward as represented to deliver the remark of goodwill. Let us appreciate the World Bank with a round of applause. Immediately after the representative of the World Bank, we shall call upon the representative of UNICEF to also extend his remark of goodwill.
Your Excellency, the Vice President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, our Governor of Kano State, the Minister of Education here present, we wish to congratulate you for your reappointment. We are very, very pleased to see you here. On behalf of the World Bank, our country director is supposed to be here, but due to other commitment, we are here with my colleague Aisha to represent the World Bank. We are very, very pleased to be here to thank the Kano State for this invitation to the World Bank and other development partners. We congratulate Kano State for these exemplary milestones and, more importantly, for dedicating itself to free and compulsory basic and secondary education in Kano State. We want to say that this is an event that we believe, if it works and it can bring more children to school, they stay in school and they learn, is going to be a game changer for Nigeria. Kano represents the most populous states in Nigeria, and of course in the north we have so many out-of-school children, and that is why the World Bank will continue to work with you. We have 4 projects in Nigeria, in Kano State. We have 2 that is ongoing. The one of Nigerian Partnership for Education that we are working with Kano State with other development partners, the DFID, the USAID, the UNICEF, and of course all the other international agencies in Nigeria to support child education in Kano. It's a $100 million project in which Kano with other states in the north, Katsina, Jigawa, Sokoto, and of course Kaduna, they are benefiting from this program. I'm very pleased to say we have been working very closely with Kano, and we are very pleased that Kano has accelerated the project by bringing more girls to school among them. We also have a new project now which we call BESDA, and we want to thank the Honorable Minister here present because he's the champion of out-of-school children in Nigeria as part of his milestone in terms of bringing more children to school. So we are having $620 million project for the 17 states in Nigeria, of which Kano is one of the states. And the project is to bring more children to school. And we are pleased to say Kano is going to be one of the biggest beneficiary because they are having the highest number of out-of-school children in Nigeria. The project is result-based financing. For every child you bring to school, the state will be rewarded. So if Kano can bring more children to school, they are going to have more resources on this. I want to head by saying we are having 2 additional projects we are going to start in Kano State. The first one, which we also have to thank the federal government of Nigeria, is what we call IDEAS, Innovative Development Effective for Acquisition of Skills. It's a skills project and technical and vocational project. The project is a federal government-driven project in which they want to support our youth in terms of skills. It's not enough to wait till time they finish school before you give them skills. We are thinking of giving them skills when they are still in schools. So the federal government has chosen 6 states to benefit from this project, and the 6 states is including Kano. Kano is one of the 6 states. The other states are Gombe, Benue, Ekiti, and of course Abia and Edo. They are all benefiting, and we hope Kano State will continue to do what they know how to do to bring more of our youth to give them the right type of skills. And lastly, we are also preparing a new project on 10 million adolescent girls in Nigeria, and in which we want all children who are from 12 years of age to 20 years. We are having a project we are going to focus so that they will be able to finish secondary school. We want all our girls who are now in school. It's not enough for them to finish primary school or basic education, but it's also very important for them to finish secondary school. So we are going to work with Kano State to make sure all girls who are of secondary school age, to support them with supply and demand resources for them to complete secondary school. Thank you very much, and we wish you all the best, and we are looking forward to continue to see how you move this free and compulsory education forward in Kano State. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, sir. May I now invite the representative of UNICEF. UNICEF is represented this afternoon by Dr. Euphrates Efosi Kose. Let us put our hands together for Dr. Kose.
Thank you. His Excellency the Vice President, Honorable Minister of Education, His Excellency the Executive Governor of Kano State, His Excellency the Deputy Governor, respectable Speaker of Houses of Assembly present here, our dear leaders, traditional leaders, the emirs, our respectable ambassadors all seated here, distinguished members of the diplomatic community, development partners, communities, parents, children all present. It's a great opportunity to be with you. On behalf of the UNICEF representative, Peter Hawkins, who is not disposed at this time, I want to take the opportunity to congratulate His Excellency, the Executive Governor of Kano State, Dr. Abdullahi Umar Ganduje, for making this laudable commitment to ensure that Kano children enjoy free and compulsory basic and secondary education, and for organizing the summit to rally all stakeholders around your agenda. UNICEF is guided by the United Nations Convention of the Rights of Children, and under its mission, it is there to promote the full attainment of rights of children, especially the most disadvantaged. So as part of UNICEF's larger mission, UNICEF supports and assists the government to ensure the survival and development of children, and importantly, to ensure that all children who are of age access education, remain in school, have basic foundational skills, and also skills for employability. So indeed, education is a right enshrined in Articles 28 and 29 of the United Nations Conventions of the Right of Children, and further in the Nigerian Constitution, and also, as we heard the Honorable Minister of Education said, in his strategic plan. We know that education is a driver for equity, for poverty reduction, for empowerment, for peaceful and inclusive societies, and economic growth, as other respectable speakers have said. So when realizing this right for education, it is painful to hear some of the numbers. I will not repeat what the minister already enumerated with regard to the numbers and how that implies in Kano. But to ensure that all children in the state have access to quality basic education for learning and for their full potential as human citizens, I think we've learned as UNICEF that this challenge, we need to look at solutions innovatively. We know some of the innovative solutions, and we need to look at some of the things that we've been doing which look simplistic but can be done in a different way. So it involves that we all join hands with the stakeholders at all levels to look at various aspects of education. Indeed, it is not just the government that is at the driver's seat that provides the leadership, the vision, as the respectable governor has done, but it is all stakeholders coming together. And importantly, it is about the parents, it is about the communities, it is about the children who have a critical role to play. So UNICEF is keen to support the positive outcomes of these discussions after the 2 days deliberation in this summit, and to be part of the implementation with the state governor. Indeed, Our Excellency, you will be happy to know that given the strategic importance of the state of Kano, while UNICEF supports a national program and is present in 16 states, UNICEF decided to open a field office here. We recently received our Chief of Field Office, Mr. Maulid Wafa, who was joined. And we have a team of more than 60 technical experts, sir, to really sit with you and be able to access all these resources we've heard from the World Bank, from our colleagues in DFID, and from the various governments, so that we have a sound plan. I would like to commend the efforts of the governor, and I would just like to end by saying that UNICEF reaffirms its commitment to support the government and to support the communities of Kano and Nigeria at large. Thank you very much. Which way should I go?
Thank you very much, Ma. Next is the representative of the DFID. Let us please appreciate the DFID with a round of applause. Okay. It looks as if the DFID representative will not be able to speak since the British High Commissioner has already spoken. May I now, therefore, invite the representative of the Nigerian Educational Research and Development Council, NERDC. The NEDRC, please. The representative of that agency is on his way to the podium, and we expect that when he comes over, he will speak for a maximum of 2 minutes, because we need to be cognizant of the engagements of His Excellency, the Vice President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria.
Your Excellency, the Vice President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, Your Excellency, the Executive Governor of Kano State, Your Excellency, the Deputy Governor of Kano State, the Honorable Minister of Education, permit me to stand on existing or established protocols. Well, I am just giving a goodwill message. The Honorable Minister had spoken, and I believe he had spoken well. But then the Chief Executive of the Nigerian Educational Research and Development Council, Professor Ismail Junaidu, directed me to just present a goodwill message, and that I will do. It is really interesting and gladdening that this is happening in Kano today. Kano, just like it has been said, has been a pace setter, and I believe it is re-establishing and reincarnating itself as a pace setter with this very laudable project by His Excellency, the Governor of Kano State, Alhaji Umar Abdullahi Ganduje. It is worthy of note that basic education is the foundation, and Kano has gone to the next level by moving to secondary school level to provide free nursery education. For this, Kano is taking the lead. I would want to assure His Excellency and the Federal Minister of Education and the government of the Federal Republic of Nigeria that he is ever willing to support the drive by the government, by international development partners to move to the next level in such a manner that that the minute of out of school will be history in Nigeria. We are trying to put something in place, and we will support the government to deliver, and God willing, we will be there. We would have the positive outcomes to be a thing of history. There would be no out of school children in Kano State, God willing. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, traditional leaders and rulers have a very critical role to play if the free education policy of the Kano State government is to succeed 100%. Accordingly, the traditional leaders and rulers in Kano have nominated the Emir of Bichi Alhaji Aminu Ado Bayero to say a few words of goodwill on this occasion. Allah ya taimaki sarki, Allah ya ƙara wa sarki lafiya. Za a yi jawabi a takaice na minti 2 saboda mahanzarta mai girma mataimakin shugaban ƙasa ya tafi gudanar da raguwar ayyukan da aka sa zai gudanar a wannan rana. Allah ya ƙara wa sarki lafiya.
أعوذ بالله من الشيطان الرجيم بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم وصلى الله على النبي الكريم. mai girma mataimakin shugaban ƙasa na Najeriya, mai girma gwamnan jihar Kano, masu girma ministocinmu da ambassadors da consuls, sauran manyan mutane ababen girmamawa a wajena wanda lokaci ba zai bar na kira wasu ɗaya bayan ɗaya ba. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi ta'ala wa barakatuh. A madadin dukkan sarakuna da shugabanni bangarori daban-daban na wannan jiha, muna gode wa Ubangiji da ya ba mu ikon halartar wannan taro a wannan safiya. Bayan gode wa Ubangiji, muna gode wa mataimakin shugaban ƙasa da dukkan ministoci da ambassadors da sauran manyan mutane da suka halarci wannan taro domin ganin wannan tsari na gwamnati ya yi nasara. Babu shakka, kamar yadda minista yake faɗa, dukan abin da ya shafi Kano ya shafi al'ummar arewa da ma wasu ƙasashe makwabtanmu. Don haka ya zama wajibi irin waɗannan tarurruka idan sun zo a tabbatar an samu goyon baya na dukkan al'umma, musamman baƙi da muka gayyata domin su fahimci muhimmancin wannan jiha, su ga kuma hanyoyin da za su bi su taimaka mana domin taimakawa Kano, taimakawa kusan dukkan arewacin Najeriya ne da ma wasu ƙasashe makwabtanmu. Kuma idan aka lura magana da ake ta yara waɗanda ba sa makaranta da ake kirga yawansu a Kano, na tabbatar idan muka ƙididdiga za mu ga kusan rabinsu daga jihohi daban-daban suke da ƙasashe daban-daban wanda suka mai da Kano gida, mu kuma muka yi na'am da su. Don haka taimakawa wannan ƙuduri na gwamnati kusan taimakawa dukkan al'ummar wannan ƙasa ne. Don haka muna kira ga duk wanda aka gayyata, musamman ambassadors ɗin ƙasashe daban-daban da ƙungiyoyi daban-daban da bankin duniya da makamantansu, da su yi nazari su ga hanyoyin da za su shigo domin su taimakawa jiha a samu nasarar wannan ƙuduri da muke da shi. Ya zama wajibi mu gode wa gwamna domin ƙirƙiro da wannan ƙuduri. Babu shakka ƙuduri ne mai amfani, kuma ya zama wajibi duk wanda zai iya taimakawa ya taimaka domin cimma nasara a wannan tsari. Muna kira da dukkan al'umma, musamman mutanenmu na karkara, su aminta kuma su tabbatar sun karɓi wannan ƙuduri domin samun ilimi ginshiki ne na rayuwarmu. Inda gwamnati ta fito da ya zama kyauta kuma wajibi mutane su sani cewa duk wanda bai kai ɗansa ko ‘yarsa makaranta ba akwai doka da take a kansa kuma za a hukunta shi. Muna godewa dukkan waɗanda suka zo wannan waje kuma muna godewa shugaban ƙasa wanda ya ɗauki wasu al'ummarmu ko mutanenmu ya ba su mukamai masu nauyi masu girma da fatan lokacin da waɗannan ministoci za su gama idan sun yi waiwaye za su ga ci gaba da nasara da suka kawo bayan sun gama aikinsu. Muna gode wa duk wanda ya zo wannan waje, muna yi muku fatan alhairi, muna fata yadda muka zo wannan waje lafiya Allah ya mayar da mu gidajenmu lafiya, Allah ya kare mutuncinmu da addininmu, Allah ya ba mu lafiya da zaman lafiya, Allah ya ba mu damina mai albarka. Assalamu alaikum.
That was the Emir of Bichi, Alhaji Aminu Ado Bayero, speaking on behalf of other royal fathers on the free and compulsory basic and secondary education being flagged off now, and also stakeholder summit going on to usher in the commencement of the program next academic session. He thanked all stakeholders, especially the special guests, other development partners, for their commitment to support Kano State government, and which he appealed for them to do that because Kano is a host to many communities across northern and northern states and neighboring countries that, if adequately implemented, this will benefit communities from not only Kano State but all parts of the country. He also assured the commitment of traditional institutions to ensure that, being a compulsory education, the policy will be supported and ensure that anyone who refuses to send his or her child to school will face the wrath of the law. He also thanked the Vice President for being a good friend of Kano State, for coming to Kano State and being part of this historic event.
The government, especially now that education is free from primary to secondary school level, to send their wards to school so that they can eventually play more active roles in building the nation, unlike Ara or Serki Lapia. At this point, ladies and gentlemen, I will invite the representative of the Parents Teachers Association to please step forward for the presentation of awards to His Excellency, the Vice President, and His Excellency, the Governor of Kano State, for spearheading the introduction of free and compulsory basic education in Kano State. Alhaji Sani Salisu Dang Hassan is the chairman of the PTA in Kano.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Wassalatu wassalamu ala ashrafil mursalin. Subhanaka la ilma lana illa ma 'allamtana innaka antal alimul hakim. Wa ba'd. Your Excellency, the Vice President of Federal Republic of Nigeria, Your Excellency, the Governor of Kano State, Hadimul Islam and Hadimul Education, Your Excellency, Vice President of Kano State, Deputy Governor of Kano State, allow me on the protocol. We parents appreciate the current government intention towards introducing pre-basic and secondary education in our state. So I understand this is the first time in the history of Kano State, therefore, we parents collectively are the most beneficiary of this. The PTA of Kano State Council urge all both central, that is local government, and school PTAs to cooperate with the state government for the successful achievement of this program by continuing contributing towards the implementation and uplifting the quality of education in our dear state. The PTA Kano State Chapter will continue and cooperate to support and provide quality basic secondary. We would like say, sir, to understand that presently we appreciate the cordial relationship and mutual understanding of both President Permanent Secretary Minister of Education and the Executive Secretary KSSMB for the early preparation of this gigantic program we are witnessing today. That is pre and compulsory basic education, secondary education in the state. Thank you very much. We pray to Allah to support this good intention of government to yield positive results. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. Okay, please, the state PTA is bringing award for His Excellency, the Vice President and the Executive of Kano State, His Excellency, Dr. Abdullahi Umar Ganduje, which my President of National Parent Teachers Association of Nigeria, Alhaji Anjuma alias Mutuadole, will present to them.
Your Excellency, the Vice President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, Your Excellency, the Executive Governor of Kano State, my brother, the Honorable Minister of Education, also a brother of mine, the Honorable Minister of Dr. Mohammed Mahmoud. While waiting for the award, the National Council for National Parent Teacher Association of Nigeria had also sent a goodwill message. First and foremost, we want to appreciate what the government of Kano State and of course the federal government of Nigeria is doing to ourselves. Because by supporting education in Nigeria, it's not only supporting our children, it's supporting ourselves. That is saying that goes that yes, where I enter. Though that I love education, I love of the whole Nigerians, and we are the parents, we are Nigerians. And we want to assure the federal government and state government as well that we will do all our best to support the government by trying to see that their goal is achieved. Thank you very much.
Okay. The PTA will now present the special awards to His Excellency, the Vice President, and His Excellency, the Executive Governor of Kano State, Dr. Abdullahi Umar Ganduje.
This is for the birth scheme.
Okay, just open it. That's why just open it. You remove this one. It's okay. As I'm presenting this one, yes. Then this one will give it to the X.
Oh, it's okay. Yes. Mr. Vice President, sir, I, Haruna Danjuma, the President of the National Council of National Parent Teacher Association Nigeria, have been mandated to deliver to you, sir, the award of excellence for the support you've been given to education in Nigeria. I want to thank you for what you have been doing for us educationally. Appreciate it. Your Excellency, the Executive Governor of Kano State, Dr. Abdullahi Umar Ganduje, I'm again being mandated to personally come before you and present to you the award of excellence for being a friend of education in Nigeria. Your Excellency, sir. Got chairman, you know.
Thank you very much, the National President of the PTA and the State President or Chairman of the PTA. May I quickly remind our audience that there will be plenary sessions and panel discussions that will focus on certain key areas relating to education. These areas are teacher-pupil ratio, classroom management, instructional materials, community participation, and Sangaya education. Panelists and academicians have been invited to discuss these very critical issues which are in line with the objectives of this very important summit. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, since the assumption of office about 4 years ago, the government of Dr. Abdullahi Umar Ganduje has been apportioning huge sums of money for the renovation, upgrade, and provision of new infrastructure for development of education in our dear state. This means that more teachers and non-academic staff have also been recruited to manage the infrastructure for better learning outcomes. These interventions have been captured and compiled into a book which will be presented this afternoon by His Excellency, the Vice President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, Professor Yemi Oshibanjo San, GCON. However, before the public presentation of the book, it is my singular honor and privilege to invite Professor S.O. Olubadeo to please come forward for the review of this important publication. Professor, sir. The professor is on his way to the podium and shortly Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen, for your kind attention. May I hand over the microphone to Professor Olubadewo to review the publication, sir.
Thank you very much. Let it be there. When I get to where Victoria, then you open it. Your Excellency, the Vice President of Federal Republic of Nigeria, Your Excellency, our able Governor, the Executive Governor of Kano State, Your Excellency, sir, today marks another beginning of a history in the life of an achiever. Our able leader, peace setter, indefatigable leader, a man of substance, a philosopher, educationist, who through the years of experience ushered his people to success. A book is written in honor and recognition of your laudable educational achievements through the years of your administration is hereby presented today to the world as a whole, not only to Kano State or Nigeria as a country. The book, The Provision and Management of Infrastructures for the Development of Education in Kano State, x-railed the educational achievement of our futuristic leaders' ability. This book speaks loudly in theory and practice of the importance of infrastructural facilities as the springboard for educational development. Theoretically, the authors speak of your achievements in provision and management of education for upliftment of the thousands of born and unborn children of Kano State. The book contains 17 chapters and 346 pages, and each chapter speaks variously about provision and management of education for the development of the state. For instance, the provision and management of infrastructure for Sangaya, that's Almajiri system of education, provision and management of infrastructure for education development of the girl child, the basic education through the primary and secondary education, technical and science education, and the provision of health facilities for the development of every human being in Kano State. The second aspect of the book speaks in pictures. Pictorially, the book contains 95 illustrative infrastructural facilities for the development of human intellectuality, focusing on future development of Kano State. This book, as you see it, is recommended and is a must for every individual to have. This book is the first of its kind in Kano State, if not the first in Nigeria, to x-ray and serialize the laudable educational achievements of an icon and executive head of a state. It is a must-read book for each family, schools, and to be housed by all libraries of various tiers of government. Therefore, we acknowledge the efforts of the various authors of the articles in the book, we say kudos to you for your marvelous intellectual inputs. Thank you and God bless you. Wait. You will get it. Excuse me. Now, my people who are here, Your Excellency, sir, My Excellency, we are presenting a copy of the laudable achievement of our governor to you. This day is the first of its kind. I'm still reiterating it. The first of its kind in the history of education in Kano. If not the first in Nigeria, but I know that of Kano. He has been taking a lead for these years, and we are now honoring him through you, sir, today. God bless you, sir. Yes. Thank you. Give me another. Give to the Baba now. Passive. Carry. Come on, go. Yes, sir. As I said, the book is written in two folds. The first fold is the theoretical aspect of his achievement, written in 17 chapters, narrating all the kind of provisions in terms of education provision and then management in Kano State. The second aspect, which is pictorial, there is no way when you teach a child, when he sees, he touches, he plays, he remembers more than just theoretical gift. And then the other side is where the pictures speak for themselves. So due to a short time, I will not be able to say much about this, but when you get hold of the book, please, sir, ruminate over it, go through it, and you see what God has blessed us with.
Thank you very much, sir. The book will now be publicly presented by His Excellency, the Vice President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, Professor Yemi Oshibanjo, San, GCON. Thank you. Thank you very much, Professor Olubadewo. Thank you, esteemed ladies and gentlemen, for your patience and understanding throughout this program. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, Sangaya education or Almajiri system, as represented by these children, is one of the issues
in our education system that is receiving great attention or is being subjected to critique in educational policy discussions, academic discourses, conferences, and even political cycles. This afternoon, Dr. Bashir Shehu Galadanchi from Bayero University, Kano, will open the first session of the plenary for today with a paper titled Sangaya Almajiri Education System Challenges and Prospects. Let us put our hands together, ladies and gentlemen, for Dr. Bashir Shehu Galadanchi.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Your Excellency, the Vice President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, Your Excellency, the Governor of Kano State, Your Excellency, the Deputy Governor, Your Excellency, or rather I should say our distinguished senators, all of them very committed to education. Honorable ministers here present, their excellencies, the various ambassadors and high commissioners from various countries, and I would stand on other existing protocols. I would like to start by congratulating and commending His Excellency, our Governor, on this wonderful initiative on free and compulsory education, which has led to this very important education summit. I'm extremely grateful that I have been given the honor and privilege of making this first presentation. I should also use this opportunity to thank His Excellency the Governor for always inviting me to events relating to my two areas of interest: information technology, which is my professional area, and the Sangaya education system, for which I have a lot of passion. The last time that I was invited to an event, the Lagos-Kano Investment Summit, something very interesting happened. Just as I was entering Epe, my driver stopped to ask for the directions to the venue. And just as he was asking, I saw a convoy of several vehicles. And without asking where they were going, I just told my driver, follow them. And I had the scariest roller coaster ride of my life as we chased the convoy. After 15 minutes, we realized that they were very far on the Lagos-Ibadan expressway. I learned the very hard way that before you follow somebody or before you follow a group, you should ask for where they are going. If you have never been on a convoy of His Excellency the Governor, I think you should try following it, and you'll enjoy the roller coaster ride, which I also enjoyed. Your Excellency, what is very instructive in this education summit and in the entire policy of free and compulsory basic and secondary education is the importance that is being attached to this Angaya system of education. You can see the Almajirai here. You have heard the Honorable Minister of Education mentioning the crucial importance and the mere fact that this first presentation is on the Angaya education system shows the importance and commitment that the Kano state government is giving to the integration of this Angaya system of education to the conventional system of education. My paper is about 25 pages. I have about 70 slides, but I have learned from His Excellency the Vice President to make short speeches. And coming as he is also from the university environment, I'd like to emulate him by making a fairly brief presentation. The presentation is going to look at these issues. The first section of the paper deals with the importance of Angaya education in our lives here in Kano. It's part of our cultural heritage, it's part of our history, it is part of our religion. And since Islam came to this country several centuries ago, this Angaya system of education has been with us. Over time, it has confronted quite a number of problems and challenges. The challenges include, first and foremost, lack of recognition. The government or governments to a large extent do not accord any recognition to this Angaya system of education. Neither do they accord any recognition to the teachers of the system or to the students of the system. And because there is no recognition, then most of the time there is no funding at all. And since there's no funding and there's no recognition, when students graduate from the system, there are no opportunities waiting for them. There are no work opportunities. There aren't any other opportunities. They're only left to do very menial jobs. Load pushers, nail cutters, shoe shiners, and so on. And this means that there's an inferiority complex. An inferiority complex develops within them. And then there are curricular problems, meaning that meritorious as the recitation and memorization of the Quran is, it is not sufficient, it is not even sufficient within the very broad, comprehensive system of education in Islam. And then the very big problem, the problem of the welfare of the Al-Majri. The Al-Majri live in very pitiable conditions, no accommodation, no food, no health care whatsoever. None of the basics of life. And this puts them in a very terrible situation. I have several pictures showing some of the very pitiable conditions of Al-Majri. As technology would have it, and this is my area of expertise, I will not be able to show you these pictures. But here they are of Al-Majri with their bowls, very dirty looking, very unhealthy looking. And there was one picture in particular that I wanted to show of Al-Majris looking for food in a refuse dumpster. In a refuse dumpster. Maybe they have begged for the food and they have not been able to get it, and they have to eat. So here they are in a refuse dumpster trying to get what they can. Obviously, this is a shame to the entire country. For us to have small children begging all over and sometimes having to go to refuse dumps in order to get whatever food they can get. So after this section on the problems and challenges faced by Al-Majri, or rather faced by the entire Islamia, Quranic and Sangaya education system, I have a section discussing the various efforts in the past that have been implemented to address the problems of this sector. There have been very many efforts right from the time of the late Premier, the Sardauna of Sokoto, all the way to our present times. Some of them have been by government agencies like UBEC, like former ETF, and so on. Others have been by international donor organizations, DFID, UNICEF, USAID, and so on. And others have been by religious and sometimes even non-religious organizations. The interesting thing, let me go back a little bit to show His Excellency the Vice President of this picture, where the Al-Majris are trying to look for food in this refuse dumpster. So there have been various efforts, starting from those of the Northern Regional Government to many efforts by different federal government agencies, to efforts by non-governmental and international organizations. But in spite of all these efforts, as our Honorable Minister said, Nigeria is still the country with the largest number of out-of-school children, and a majority of these out-of-school children are Al-Majri. There were efforts by His Excellency, former Governor of Kano State, former Minister of Education, and now distinguished Senator, on several initiatives and pilot programs in order to assist Quranic schools and Tsangaya schools. Fortunately, these have been continued by His Excellency Governor Abdullahi Umar Ganduje during his last tenure. He established a very important Kano State Board for Quranic and Islamia schools. And Alhamdulillah, they have been doing a lot of very good work. They have had a census. They are trying to integrate this Angaya schools with the conventional education and doing quite a number of other very good programs. These are some of the activities that were done during the time of Malam Ibrahim Shekarau. Now, we as a country, Nigeria, are not the only ones that have the traditional Islamic education system or the traditional Quranic schools. What, however, is surprising is that we have not been able to really squarely address these problems and solve them. Other countries seem to have done much better than us. Bangladesh, in particular, also has an Islamic system of education, madrasa education, just like ours. But if you look at the children here, they look healthier and happier and cleaner. If you look at the infrastructure is better. They had to have a strong policy, legislation, a good curriculum, and several other things. Look at how happy they are. Lots of female madrasas also happy and good looking. And this is because the government of Bangladesh realized the importance of this Angaya system, integrated it, offered a lot of funding, made this Angaya system of education to be on equal terms with the conventional educational system, especially when they are integrated, and recognized the various levels and certificated the various levels. If we look at Saudi Arabia also has a very strong system of Islamic education. And of course, we don't have Al-Majri in Saudi Arabia. Same with Egypt, same with Sudan, same with even Gambia, which is not very far from us. So why is it that other countries have been able to integrate their Sangaya systems of education or their Quranic systems of education with the conventional systems of education, but we have not been able to do that? The last section of my presentation talks about recommendations. But before going into the recommendations, the overall strategy that would solve the problems of this Sangaya system of education is to realize that the problem is essentially an educational problem. And therefore, whatever solution we should try to get should be an educational solution. So as much as possible, we should try to integrate the two systems together. In the short term, we should try to be able to introduce basic education into all the various variants of our Islamic educational system, whether they are the Sangaya or the Makarantin Allo or the Islamia general schools, whatever they are, they should have enough conventional education integrated into their curriculum. But in the long term, what should be done is for as many of the Sangaya schools to be transformed to a model which is integrated and which addresses all the problems, or which does not have any of the problems, the welfare problems, the lack of recognition, the lack of funding, and so on. So, in the long term, what we should be seeing is more Sangaya schools being converted into Tahfiz primary schools, into colleges of Quranic studies, into Madrasa Ilmiya, that is higher institutes of Quranic studies, that our products of the junior of the Sangaya can get into, where they continue the recitation of the Quran, the memorization of the Quran, the tajweed rules and regulations of reciting the Quran, all the Islamic subjects, as well as a sprinkling of conventional subjects. Now, if we are to do this in the long term, most of our schools would be Tahfiz primary schools, colleges of Quranic studies, Madrasa Ilmiya, institutes of Quranic studies, and we will not have Al-Majirai in this situation that they are in. We will have Sangaya primary schools, Tahfiz primary schools, and whether they are boarding or they are day, there is no reason why they should have to beg. There is no reason why they are going to have this inferiority complex. Your Excellency, in order for that to be done, the first recommendation is to have a very strong policy. I am excited and very happy that your policy statements on free and compulsory basic and secondary education are already in line, showing that this Sangaya education system is also going to be reformed along the line. And that policy must recognize this Sangaya system of education, especially the integrated Sangaya system of education, and that integrated Sangaya system of education must be at the same level as the conventional system of education. We also need a very strong legislative framework that puts the policy into law so that, inshallah, government will pay utmost attention to it, and inshallah, successive governments will continue. And the legislative framework will obviously touch on several things as mentioned here. There also has to be an institutional framework, and I'm happy Kano State government already has the Board of Quranic and Islamia schools. And then there has to be an educational framework which should be designed and which allows for the different types of schools under the Islamia, Quranic, and Sangaya education system to be duly recognized by government and to be made equivalent to their counterparts in the conventional educational system. It is also recommended that incentives, financial and otherwise, should be provided to all the Sangaya schools so that they can make this easy transformation. And of course, the welfare of Al-Majri is something very important. Government must ensure that welfare issues of Al-Majri are squarely addressed. And while government may not be able to provide food for all Al-Majri, but government can regulate this Sangaya system of education such that Sangaya schools that do not satisfy the minimum requirements, that do not prove that they can feed and take care of the Al-Majri, should not be allowed to operate. I hope government would adequately fund the Sangaya, the integrated Sangaya system of education, and government should also recognize the products of the Sangaya system. When all this is done, I think we'll be well on our way to eliminating the problems of the Sangaya system. Let me end with a small experience I had just about a week or 10 days ago. I had the privilege of being part of a delegation that visited Singapore. When we went to Singapore, we went to a primary school, and we asked some of the children, primary school children, what do you want to be when you grow up? You, primary school teacher. You, primary school teacher. All of them wanted to be primary school teachers. We went back to our organizers. We told them, why is it that everybody wants to be a primary school teacher? In Nigeria, we told them the truth, that no child would say that he or she wants to be a primary school teacher, even if your parents are teachers. And then they told us, they were even surprised we were asking. They said teachers are the most respected persons in society. Number two, everybody gives utmost respect to teachers. Everybody recognizes that whatever you become is as a result of what your teachers did to you. And then they told us that teachers are the highest professionals in the country. Same with lawyers, Your Excellency, doctors, and so on. And then not only that, they said teachers are the most well paid. So teaching is the most competitive job. From the policy statements of His Excellency Governor Ganduje and the steps that are beginning to be put in place, I have no doubt that in the next few years, our teachers here in Kano will be the same or even better than the teachers in Singapore. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Galadanchi. Your presentation aptly captures the situation of the Almajiri in Nigeria today. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, we have gone very far into this program, and it is at this juncture that I will invite His Excellency, the Executive Governor of Kano State, Dr. Abdullahi Umar Ganduje, to deliver his speech. In the meantime, Your Excellency, it looks as if several non-Almajiri have decided to flood the podium, or rather the stage. May I therefore appeal to the non-Almajiri to please step down to allow His Excellency, the Executive Governor, to come forward for his speech. Do Allah waɗanda duk suke saman nan, in ban da yaran nan Almajirai, do Allah su sauka ƙasa. Duk wanda yake saman nan, do Allah ya sauka ƙasa. A bar Almajirai su kaɗai wanda za a shirya su a yanzu a layi uku, idan mai girma gwamna da mai girma mataimakin shugaban ƙasa sun yi jawabansu, za a ba su waɗannan kayayyaki kamar yadda ake gani an tanada. Do Allah zan sake kira ga duk wanda suke saman nan, in ban da Almajirai, ko kwance duka temporary Almajiri ya sauka daga kan wannan dandamali. Ba ma so mu ce sai jami'an tsaro sun hawo, amma idan akwai buƙatar hakan, za mu nemi jami'an tsaro su hawo sama domin su rage dukkanin mutanen da suke wannan dandamali, wanda tsayuwarsu a wannan wuri ba a buƙatarsa sosai kamar yadda ake buƙatar wayannan yara Almajirai a wannan wuri. Do Allah jama'a a ba mu haɗin kai, a haƙura a sauka daga wannan dandamali, musamman waɗanda suke a bakin hanyoyin nan. Do Allah a haƙura a ragu a sauka domin a ba wa mai girma gwamna dama domin ya hawo ya gabatar da jawabinsa. May I respectfully invite His Excellency Dr. Abdullahi Umar Ganduje to deliver his speech.
أعوذ بالله من الشيطان الرجيم بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم الحمد لله رب العالمين. Your Excellency, the Vice President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, Professor Yemi Osinbajo, GCON, SAN. Your Excellency the Deputy Governor of Kano State, Dr. Nasiru Yusuf Gawuna, the Honorable Ministers who are here with us, distinguished Senators of the Federal Republic of Nigeria from Kano, the Majority Leader, House of Representatives, and member representing Dogwa and Tudungoda local governments, the ambassadors from various countries who are here with us, our development partners. Let me maintain the existing protocol because of the time factor. It is indeed a great honor and a distinct privilege to welcome all illustrious guests, eminent personalities, and distinguished participants to this auspicious occasion. It is a humbling moment to stand before Your Excellency, the Vice President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, Professor Yemi Osinbajo, SAN, GCON, and other good friends of Kano who have honored us by your esteemed presence at this two-day summit on free and compulsory basic and secondary education in Kano State. The objective of this summit is to discuss, analyze, and generate ideas towards the implementation of our vision for free and compulsory basic and secondary education in Kano State. Distinguished participants may recall that on the assumption of office for the second term, on the 29th of May 2019, we made a policy statement and commitment to provide free and compulsory education from primary up to senior secondary school level. This is recognition of the pivotal role of education as the primary agent of change in our society. Your Excellencies, I am overwhelmed by the huge turnout of today's activity. This is a clear indication that with your support, the government of Kano State is not alone in the crusade to address the fundamental challenges of our society. It is disturbing to note from available statistics that Nigeria has over 80 million out-of-school children. It is also more alarming to know that 57% of that figure represents the girl-child level. Also, 8 million of those out-of-school children are in 10 northern states of Nigeria, with Kano having the lion's share. Regrettably, available figures indicate that over 1 million of these out-of-school children are in Kano. However, a recent survey revealed that most of these children are Almajiris from other northern states and the children from the Republic of Niger, Chad, and northern part of Cameroon. Therefore, in order to ensure sustainability in the integration of the Almajiri system, there is need for a regional coordination and legislation to control the movement of Almajiris from one state to another. In view of this daunting challenge, this government has set up a committee to conduct a census of all out-of-school children with a view to update the available data and ensure adequate planning in preparation for the implementation of this important education policy. This will further consolidate and commitment of government to the better education service delivery for all, BESTA, a UNICEF program which aims at ensuring equitable access to basic education for out-of-school children. Linked to this is the issue of Quranic and Islamia schools, for which statistics has indicated that there are 13,619 of these schools with over 2.5 million pupils. In order to streamline these schools and integrate them into the free and compulsory education program, government has set up Quranic and Islamia Schools Management Board. In order to ensure maximum access to education by all, government has abolished payment of school fees in all public secondary schools with effect from September 2019. Accordingly, government has commenced the direct funding of such schools numbering 1,180 with a total student population of 834,366 at a total cost of about 200 million naira per month or 2.4 billion naira per annum. Similarly, government has provided school uniforms to 779,522 newly enrolled pupils, that is for boys and girls, as a total cost of 381 million naira. In a bid to reduce teaching deficiency in the sector, government is in the process of engaging 3,000 volunteer teachers to teach in the various public and Quranic schools across the state. Other challenges inherent in this policy include massive rehabilitation and construction of new classrooms, provision of infrastructural materials, training and retraining of teachers, provision of water, toilets, and electricity in schools, and strengthening of our institutions on quality assurance. Sadly, our government cannot do it alone. We need community participation, development partners, and grants by national and international organizations, and the corporate social responsibilities by private companies. In order to ensure the success and sustainability of the policy, government is articulating a draft bill and other necessary legislative instruments to put into law the program of free and compulsory basic and secondary education in Kano State. At this juncture, permit me to reiterate that our gathering here today is a culmination of the series of strategies put in place to see that this vision has become a reality. It is therefore our sincere hope that all stakeholders here present would contribute meaningfully so that the efforts of our collective engagement would eventually form the basis of implementation framework for the policy in Kano State. Once again, I welcome Your Excellencies, the Vice President, High Commissioners, Ambassadors, Honorable Ministers, and other representatives of the international community, our traditional rulers, top government functionaries, the business community, captains of industry, civil society, distinguished stakeholders, members of the press, ladies and gentlemen, and wish to extend to you the unmeasurable appreciation of the government and people of Kano State. I also wish to extend sufficient appreciation to our partners in progress, particularly the UK government, Department for International Development, DFID, the United Nations Children Education Fund, UNICEF, the World Bank, United States Agency for International Development, USAID, the European Union, and other development partners for their tremendous support and cooperation in advancing the progress and development of Kano State. I thank all for gracing this occasion, and I urge you to seize this opportunity to go around the state and witness firsthand some of our modest accomplishments. Finally, I pray for the Almighty Allah's guidance in our endeavor. May He grant us success throughout the deliberations and the implementation of the goals and objectives of this forum for the benefit of our students. Thank you and God bless. To jama'a assalamu alaikum. A takaice ina maku barka da zuwa. Ina maku marhabin, ina maku jabbama. Babu shakka wannan taro wanda mataimakin shugaban kasa ya halatta da kuma ministoci da kuma manya-manyan 'yan siyasanmu da sarakunanmu da kuma wakilan ƙasashe daban-daban. Taro ne muhimmi kwarai da gaske. Kamar yadda kuka sani, wannan taro ne na tabbatar da cewa ilimi a jihar Kano daga yau na farko ya zama kyauta, makarantun primary da makarantun secondary school. Sannan kuma ilimi a jihar Kano ya zama dole. Sannan kuma makarantunmu na allo za mu taimaka masu domin a ƙara masu da karatu irin na zamani. Wannan ba yana nufin cewa karatu da suka saba da shi na haddace ƙur'ani na karatun Islama za a rage mashi ƙarfi ba ko za a ajiye shi, za ma a ƙara ƙarfafa shi fiye ma da yadda yake a yanzu. Saboda haka muna roƙon wanda suke gudanar da waɗannan makarantu su ba mu haɗin kai sosai da sosai. Mun riga mun tattauna da alaramma fiye da 500 kuma sun nuna mana cewa sun yadda da wannan tsari, za su bi gwamnati domin a taimaka musu suma saboda su inganta wannan karatu nasu. Saboda haka wannan babban taro da aka yi yau ya nuna cewa wannan shiri ya kama gadan-gadan a wannan jiha tamu. To an bandirawo fulro hande imi wima jaɓɓama, hande imi wima jande nde un jangata e jangirde nana a hokki ceede ba. Jande nde jangata nden ɗon jande nde laatake doole. Jande nde jangata ta yahay jangirde, to a yara e ɓiɗɗo ma jangirde, to gwamnati e yarete ga haɓɓuma ko waɗanma goɗɗum ɗum biyoto ka yara e ɓiɗɗo ma jangirde. Jangirde ina.
Governor Abdullahi Umar Ganduje is interpreting his speech in Hausa and Fulfulde languages for the benefit of those listening through the local media. And the points he's making is on the commitment of the government to ensure that every child, including those in Almajiri schools, most of whom are from other parts of the country, benefit from this laudable initiative. He warned that, as stated, is not only free, but also compulsory for every parent or guardian to send his ward to school. He also said that there is need for all stakeholders to contribute in making the programs a success. Now the Vice President and the Special Guest of Honor will make his presentation.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much.
The mic is with you. Wait, hold on.
Thank you very much. Please sit. Thank you. Your Excellency, the Governor of Kano State, Dr. Abdullahi Umar Ganduje, OFR. Your Excellency, the Deputy Governor of Kano State, Dr. Nasiru Yusuf Gawuna. Members of the National Assembly here present, and especially I note that all of our senators from Kano are here present. Malam Ibrahim Shekarau, Kano Central. Barao I. Jibrin, Kano North. And Kabiru Ibrahim Gaya, Kano South. Members of the House of Representatives are also here. The leader, Al-Hassan Ado Dogoa, is here. And the Honorable Hafiz Ibrahim, and all other members who are present. Honorable Ministers, I came with a good number of our Honorable Ministers, many of whom are Kano indigents or friends of Kano. In particular, we have here the Honorable Minister of Education, Alhaji Adamu Adamu, the Honorable Minister of Agriculture, Dr. Mohammed Sabo Nanono, and the Honorable Minister of Power, Engineer Saleh Maman, and the Honorable Minister of the Environment, Dr. Mohammed M. Abubakar. Then also we have the Honorable Minister of State for Power, I believe, Mr. Jedi Agba. The Speaker of the Kano State House of Assembly, the Right Honorable Abdulaziz Gafasa, and members of the Kano State House of Assembly, former Deputy Governors of Kano State, Your Royal Highnesses, Your Excellencies of the Diplomatic Corps, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, Jamaa Kano ina gaisheku. I would have continued in Hausa, but there are a few people here who don't speak Hausa, so I'll just speak English. On the 20th of June 2019, at the inaugural meeting of the National Economic Council, Mr. President made the crucial declaration and charge to governors of the 36 states that not only must all states enforce free and compulsory education for the first 9 years of a child's school life, but also that to fail to do so would actually be a crime. I'm therefore gratified to be here with you to see the early fruits of Mr. President's charge. The governor himself had noted that on May 29, 2019, he made the declaration also that education for the first 9 years of a child's school life would be free and compulsory in Kano. So we must commend His Excellency Governor Abdullah Umar Ganduje on this historic milestone. And it's a milestone for Kano, for this entire region, and for our country as a whole. Since the inception of this administration in 2015, our guiding principle has been the recognition that our greatest national resource is neither crude oil nor other mineral resources, it is our people. Nigerians are Nigeria's greatest asset. Our ability to compete in the global economic space depends on our human capital, and our economic aspirations rest on the quantum of skills and capacities that we have been able to nurture. It's the quality of human capital at our disposal that ultimately determines everything from the flowering of local innovation to the flow of foreign direct investments, the boosting of productivity, the creation of jobs, and indeed the entrepreneurial revolution that we have been looking for. This is why from the outset, we made a commitment to invest massively in improving the quality of our human capital. We recognize that education as the means by which people can give our people the tools with which they will live their lives to the fullest and most creative. Our Economic Recovery and Growth Plan, the ERGP, rightly prioritizes human capital development. It recognizes that the shifts in the global economy impose a burden on us all to reposition our education sector and prime our young people to adapt and thrive in the context of enormous technological and economic changes. These shifts also demand that we ensure that that the entire workforce acquires the critical skills required to drive economic growth. Now, this is important because even as we work to increase employment opportunities that are available to Nigerians, many employers of labor cite unemployability as an even more salient challenge. Lack of skills, they argue, is a huge obstacle to hiring personnel. Between January and August this year alone, from only 23 of our 170 universities,
90,000 fresh graduates have entered the labor market. For these young Nigerians, getting employment will depend not only on the quantum of job opportunities out there, but also what it is that they have learned in terms of skills. What are the skills they have learned? With what have they been equipped? Their fate is a crucial test for the efficacy of our educational system. While we continually seek improvements in higher education and to enhance the competencies of our labor force, the starting point and the foundation for any progress in human capital development is basic education. It is in the precincts of basic education that we empower children with the fundamental cognitive tools to navigate and negotiate the world. According to UNICEF and several other statistics, we know already that 1 in 5 of the out-of-school children in the world come from Nigeria here. Just 61% of 6 to 11-year-olds regularly attend primary school, and only 35.6% of children aged between 36 and 59 months receive early childhood education. For a country with our aspirations, these figures are simply unacceptable, and they leave a generation severely disadvantaged through no fault of their own. This is a deficit that we are now addressing diligently. Consequently, the Economic Recovery and Growth Plan stipulates guaranteed access to qualitative universal education for Nigeria's children and youth. For us, this means vastly reducing the ranks of Nigeria's estimated over 10 million out-of-school children. Our national homegrown school feeding program, aside from addressing the poor nutrition and health status of poor children, which of course affects learning outcomes, was designed to drive an increase in primary school enrollment and completion. So working together with the states, our goal is to feed over 15 million school children. Presently, we're feeding 9.8 children every day in 32 states of the Federation. The centerpiece of our efforts is what is described as our Every Child Counts policy, which aims to mainstream skills and acquisition and increase enrollment, and to position Nigeria as a champion in the knowledge economy space. Under this policy, we are revising our curriculum and content to impart skills that are relevant to the emerging knowledge economy in the fields of science, technology, engineering, arts, and maths, as well as digital literacy, civic education, critical thinking, and entrepreneurial skills. We are working with states to raise the caliber of teachers and administrators that will be at the front lines of this campaign, and also to equip our schools and promote environments that are conducive to learning. One of the expected critical outcomes of our efforts to expand access to basic education, is the attainment of Mr. President's commitment to lifting 100 million Nigerians out of poverty within the next decade. Indeed, it is our conviction that the inclusive prosperity which we seek requires a commitment to inclusive education. This means addressing class, regional, and gender-based disparities in access to education. Kano lies at the center of that plan because Kano itself is at the center of the region that has been historically considered a zone of educational disadvantage. Kano has always been reputed as a place of learning, and this landmark policy pronouncement on free and compulsory education will not only draw over 1 million out-of-school children in the state from the streets into the classrooms, but it also sets a hugely important precedent for other states to follow. We believe that as the most populous state in the north, Kano is eminently positioned to trigger an educational revolution across the region and indeed across Nigeria. I'm especially gratified to see that your policy of free and compulsory education specifically and unambiguously includes the girl child. Economic growth is simply impossible when a critical half of our population is denied the opportunities for empowerment. Indeed, the most prosperous societies on the planet are places where gender is no obstacle to education, and boys and girls enjoy equal access to knowledge. This is why we made access to education for girls a key priority in our economic recovery and growth plan. And Mr. President has repeated that in at least 3 subsequent speeches that he has made since June 20th. More than half of the girls in the Northwest today are not in school, and several other girls across the zones of the states of across the zones of Nigeria. But your commitment to educating girls in Kano State will most certainly turn the tide and arm our young women with everything they need to fulfill their potential. Lifting millions of our people out of poverty and improving the quality of life requires a positive conspiracy, a resolve across all tiers of government. And I believe that today we are seeing Kano State's exemplification of the type of partnership that is possible between the federal government and the states in the quest to revolutionize the education of the Nigerian child. We must again congratulate the governor and the government of Kano State for the commitment to this cause and for sparing no resource in investing in the present and future generations of this state. Without a doubt, this is the stuff of which sterling legacies are made. The journey that you have begun today has only one destination, and that is the transformation of the cause of destinies of millions of children who before now had no hope. As that happens, the prosperous future of Kano State and Nigeria is also assured. I wish you every success as you set about this very important journey in our adventure of progress. Thank you very much for listening. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Your Excellency. I now have the honor to invite His Excellency, the Executive Governor of Kano State, the Honorable Minister of Education, Malam Adamu, and the State Head of Civil Service, Dr. Kabir Shehu, to superintend the presentation of these books and clothing materials to the Almajiri pupils. This is part of the efforts of the Ganduja administration to ensure inclusive education, to prevent these children from begging, from being exploited, from being used by people with upside-down ideologies to cause mayhem. The chairman of the organizing committee, Dr. Kabir Shehu, may I also invite His Highness the Emir of Bichi, Alhaji Aminu Ado Bayero, to please come up to the stage for the presentation of the items to these children. The chairman of the organizing committee, Dr. Kabir Shehu, will superintend the presentation of the items.
Hello. Excellency, we present the first child to next. Next. Yadda wannan kokon. Oh. Next. Su wuce ta gaba. Next. Yawwa. Ba da kokon. Ai shi kenan ka rabu da kokon. Ka rabu da wannan shi kenan. Next. Ba da kwanan yawa. Next. Next. Oh, ba a gani? To. Haka ba. Next. Okay, kudin gari. Ajiye kwan. Next. To.
They should be given orders from the bank.
No, no, not.
That is what he said. That they should be given.
Who said?
Okay. They don't want all of them to.
I think it's a symbolic thing. When if they like, they can stop at a point.
It's okay.
Listen. In the Empire, they are very good. Okay, the remaining will be done after you have left. Okay. A buyer, a pass like a buyer. Now, yes. Wani ne zai ba su? Bale wani yan kwamiti din namu. Da ko. Na, yalla bai bismillah. Commissioner. Somebody can be. A ci gaba da bayarwa daga nan. A ci gaba da bayarwa daga nan. Ai kai ma dan kwamiti ne. Sai su fita ta nan.
Presently, the Vice President, Professor Yemi Osinbajo, is being assisted by Governor Abdullahi Umar Ganduje in the presentation of school uniform and slates to Quranic school pupils, who are popularly known as Al-Majri. And this signifies the end, or rather a move to bring to an end the menace of Al-Majri in Kano State, as each of them, before receiving the set of uniform and the slate, has to drop his container, the ball they use while roaming the streets begging for food and arms. So this is one component of the free basic and secondary education in Kano State, as stated by the governor in his speech during this flag off ceremony. The event thereafter will feature presentation because it's a 2-day event. After the flag off, there is also a stakeholders meeting which will involve scholars and experts in the sector who will make presentation on how to effectively implement this initiative. There are especially the integration of the Al-Majri schools, the girl child education, and as well as funding and provision of infrastructure in the primary and secondary schools across the 44 local government areas of Kano State. There is also another presentation that will look into community involvement as contained in the rather school-based management committees that are already in operation in the 44 local government areas, how they can make contribution in ensuring that schools operate effectively under this new scheme.
Without negating the Quranic education.
This integration of Al-Majri education is one of the areas that are considered as loopholes in the various previous educational policies of successive administrations in the state, that many or all those in Al-Majri schools are not privileged to enjoy such initiatives. But this time around, as from the next academic session, the 2019-2020 academic session, which commences later this month, every child of school age must be in school, and that anyone found either begging or hawking along the street will have his parents identified and penalized for failure to give the child his or her right to quality education. As the governor explained earlier and other speakers acknowledged, there are preliminary arrangements made by Kano State government with regards this free and compulsory education in Kano State, which includes construction of additional classroom blocks across the 44 local government areas, provision of instructional materials that are being distributed to all schools, and recruitment of more teachers, which the recent one is ongoing, that 3,000 teachers are being recruited in the 44 local government areas of Kano State.
Members of the organizing committee
Of this occasion are now joining His Excellency the Vice President in a group photograph. Members of the organizing committee of this occasion will join His Excellency the Vice President in a group photograph any moment from now. May I request the photographers present here to make arrangement for the group photograph. The head of service of Kano State is joining His Excellency in the group photograph. The head of service, you are kindly requested to join His Excellency in the group photograph. Please make way for the head of service to join His Excellency, the Emir of Bichi, the Deputy Governor and the Minister of Education in a group photograph with His Excellency, the Vice President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. Members of the organizing committee, please organize yourselves for a group photograph with His Excellency the Vice President.
It seems the flag of ceremony has come to an end with the group picture by the Vice President and other special guests. So with this, on behalf of all members of the outside broadcast crew here from Kano, I am Abdullahi Mustafa, thanking you for being with us.
The national anthem.